want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, succubus with goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin. Dump it, charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop and blood on it, especially up to his ankles. Trump charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop. Goblin vomit and slop. I'm not expecting him to not get dirty slop. Seeing goblins, appreciating goblins, succubus with goblins, in bed with a goblin, seeing goblins, appreciating goblins. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, 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 in bed with a goblin. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin.
Check. I think we're live. Perfect. Okay. Welcome to those that are coming in. This is day, I think we're day 8 right now. Looks like we're kind of status quo. The plume is quite high today. I did see it higher earlier on. Seems like there has been some calming down. And from what I see, there hasn't been any new earthquakes in this area, which is a really good thing. We're going to take a look at that earthquake cam in just a moment. Just want to say hello to everybody. You're more than welcome to chat as much, and I do see someone in chat there now already. BLB so much, Jake. Hola. Hey. My Spanish sucks. You're going to find that when I read out those articles, so you'll notice that. But I'll try hard to pronounce it. You can laugh at me while I'm doing it. While it's nice and calm, there is a beautiful scene over that I will be overlapping just for the moment. This is at the, I believe this is up on the north end of the island. It's an observatory down at the bottom left. Has some beautiful views in the daytime. I'll cover over, actually, while you're looking at that, I'll just cover here and we can take a quick look, see if there's anything of note. This is the Instituto Geográfico Nacional de España. They made a, I guess, what would you call this? A model of where the earthquakes are. You can see the the lava flow right here. This is where the cone is. This is where it has flown, or it has gone down. Now all the little dots are earthquakes that have happened recently. Just let it load there for a moment. My computer's still in kind of in startup mode. But you can see these here, but they haven't been recent. The most recent one I know of is over here. There's actually 2 of them. There was one right here that happened, I think this is the most recent one on the island, but it is a smaller one. And we also had one which was a bit weird to find on the southeast coast. Now, we were worried that things were getting activated within what is a network of magma that you can almost see perfectly outlined by where the earthquakes are. Now, some good news is that Volcano is reporting that the earthquakes pretty much have ceased, and this is what we're seeing here. So, provided that information is correct, this might be a good sign. Just one second, I gotta clear my throat. This might be a good sign here, because we do see that pressure is flowing. For those that were watching last night, I mean, it was just an incredible show last night. Please check out the latter half of the last stream, because some of those were insane. Hopefully I'll be able to get some highlights to you, because I'm going through the internet now just to scour through for some highlights. If you do have some, please feel free to let me know, and I can get you like a mod stat so you can post a link of stuff and we can look at it here live. And I want to welcome Ozzy and After the Fellowship. It's good to see you back. I know. After ATF, did you see what was going on last night? Dude, it was I think we counted 5 active vents in our view. So like you had that big front one that was flowing all that lava for the past couple days. You have the main one that we see here today, but inside that main one there was like 2 or 3 others that were exploding along with it. And then at what I would call, I guess, the finale of the night, that little hill that's on the right side, what's left of the mountain on the right side there now, the cone, that started venting. And it started with like just one little sparks coming out, and then the whole thing, it was a line of venting. A massive explosion or implosion occurred. We couldn't see very much because of all the smoke, and then that just stopped completely. And it ended with probably the strongest ejections I've seen come out of the main vent. It was unreal last night. I didn't even know how to cover it. I didn't have words to describe how insane it was. Yeah, what a beautiful show. Bring this down here. But as you can see, it's looking pretty calm seismologically. There is no recent volcano. Actually, what I've been kind of looking at today, as you can see as we zoom out, we do have some new ones here, including tons coming up out of an island just off the coast of, I guess this is still Morocco, all of this. I only know it by like medieval maps when I'm going to conquer in the games that I play. It's like, this is all Morocco. And Slally Fault or something it's called. But this was the most recent one, and we got tons of them here. Apparently, they are going a bit crazy. I don't think that they're connected. Some people are saying that they are. I don't know. You're going to have to state your case pretty well. I would love to have that conversation, because we do have, while this is having trouble loading, there are earthquakes that are happening here, which is actually a plate boundary in between Spain and Morocco. Yeah, okay, there's loaded up. See, there you go. Well, Portugal's right there. I guess that's the Algarve region or whatever. So just off the coast of Algarve. And then we have a ton of earthquakes right here, including the most recent one on the map. So kind of an interesting development. There are people that are claiming that it's related, but again, I would love to have the conversation, but I don't see the proof yet. I don't see any evidence of it yet, but hey, that's why we're having conversation, right? I did notice that there's a lot of people that are trying to shut down like any talks of anything, you know, crazy or whatever, like, you know, just like the worst case scenarios and stuff online. So that's why we have this here. All right, so that being said, welcome to the chat. I'm going to shut up there now, let you guys enjoy the show. Maybe I'll shut down this one, and we're just waiting for night to fall. I'm going to be looking for some like clips of the highlights of the past day and 2 days and stuff like that too, so I'll be posting that. For those that didn't see this yesterday, this is the inside of the cone before the craziness yesterday. The end times, well, I mean, it is written in there. The end times in the 144K, man. It's like a siren call. Siren call for legalists. ATF, were you here when we were talking about like Fauci's name meaning sickle and Sicilian and stuff? Were you there for that combo? So yeah, just for those coming in there, the bottom left is a replay. The rest are live. This replay was from yesterday daytime, and it was a drone footage put over the cone. So this right now is turning basically, it's getting close to the camera angle that we're watching it on. But before that, and it will repeat, you can see the inside of the cone where that main caldera is just busting, but there's nothing left to this mountain on the inside. Like our angle kind of gives the volcano too much credit that it looks like there's actually something left to it. Just wait until this comes back around and you can see this lava flow. This is starting and stopping. You can almost see the ember right there on the live cams, but this is the overhead of where it's flowing. The money shot of the day yesterday, that's for sure. There you go. That's inside. I don't mean to laugh, because this is real destruction here, but there's a real nature of this power. I guess it could cause one to act irrationally.
Sí, sí.
I'll just shut off these for now. But yeah, as you can see here, we got cracks starting to form in the ground. It's hard to see where this is. I got a feeling it's like the southwest, as you go further southwest on the island, just by the way that those mountains kind of were, but I could be wrong on that. Yeah, that's coming out of Palma. Yeah, the medicine man or the death blow. So yeah, I think anybody who's looked into the occult knows what that refers to. We have some small landslides being reported. Well, smaller than what we're, probably thinking about.
Hey, let's go.
I have some video here I'll post now in 1 second. I have the tweet, if you want to go check it out on your own. It looks like we're starting to get some small landslides. Okay, I'll check my mic now in 1 sec. Thank you. Testing. Okay, sorry guys. So yeah, we have some landslides, small ones on the coast. So I'm just checking that out now. And that link right there is for one of them. I have more than that, so stand by. I have another picture of it here as well. Just on the first run
my
there,
goodness.
you can see the waves start to form there. Now, this isn't lava, I don't think.
Okay, let's go, let's go.
I'm pretty sure that that was just land that was falling as a result of the stabilized land underneath it. Just couldn't hold that part anymore. I'm almost positive it's not lava or anything like that. It's just a small landslide. The media sources, I apologize for the sound that's being made behind it. It doesn't get monitored in through my OBS feed, so sometimes I don't recognize that it's being played. Sorry about that. I'm trying to like fix it in the background. Okay, this is the other one here. Just turn that off before that happens again. You can see the slide start right there. And that is not noise from the old video, this is live. Okay, and this is starting up again there now. So I'll let that play once or twice and get to the action. Yep, show's starting, folks. Like when you say Hal Turner is not reliable, isn't like, do you think that he would be posting footage that isn't related, trying to post it as related? You know what I mean? Hey Chris, good to see you, man. And Ryan Sid, welcome to the chat. DC with the. I mean, DC. I'm gonna have to. It's the same comment every time, so. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, because even if he is unreliable, if the footage is reliable, I'm down for that. I'll take this footage. If the footage is verified, I got no problem with that. It's good to point out if he isn't. I mean, I don't know much about him, right? So I'm not saying one thing or the other. But just like halturner.com or something.
Hostia, la onda expansiva, cuidado los
For
oídos.
those that missed the shock wave, this was 2 days ago. This is what started the violent period up at the cone.
Hostia, la onda expansiva, cuidado los oídos.
From what I'm seeing, I mean, we might be seeing some good signs here because there's apparently deflation, which can further destabilize certain bad parts of the island. Yes.
Hostia, la onda expansiva, cuidado los
That could
oídos.
show that there has been a release of this buildup of pressure, and we've gotten through it without catastrophe. The fact that there's a lack of earthquakes along with that could be
Hostia, la onda expansiva, cuidado los oídos.
stabilized down below. The thing is that the information coming out about deflation and inflation has been slow.
Hostia, la onda expansiva, cuidado los oídos.
Some people have been kind of wondering whether it's true. I don't tend to doubt it so much because I'm starting to see other factors that kind of line up with it.
Hostia, la onda expansiva, cuidado los oídos.
We're looking at the party of craziness that's might go into a little bit more of a chill phase.
Hostia, la onda expansiva, cuidado los oídos.
They are saying that this will likely be going, like the eruption itself, whether it's violent or not, will be going on for at least a month.
Hostia, la onda expansiva, cuidado los oídos.
3 months. That's their estimates now. They're not 100% sure. Sorry about the shockwave. Yeah, I noticed that real quick. My apologies. I'm sure there must be some sort of like default so that it doesn't show the sound, or it doesn't have the sound, so I don't keep doing that to you guys. Tomorrow I'm probably going to take the day off and I'll probably do a little crash course on quality of life streaming. Oh, and that one has the worst audio too, with the guy speaking in the background. I'm so sorry. That's why I think I pulled that video at first. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. There'll be 15 shockwaves tomorrow when you take the day off. Yeah. Last year I was following, like, covering the riots of all sorts that were happening in USA, and I was watching, you know, every night basically, and it would be the same, you know, repetitive ritual that they keep doing because they're paid to LARP it, right? So it's the same thing every day. It's like, oh, I won't miss anything. I miss one day. So I sleep through one, and that was when the Kenosha thing happened. So I wake up to pandemonium after 2 months of having my eyes glued to the screen saying, you know, what's happening? What's happening? And the second I take my eyes off, boom. Yeah, it is crazy to watch anything live. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of power behind that, right? To be able to have that information at your fingertips. It's probably why they don't like people talking to each other on these types of things. They have to like shut everything down and divert everybody's attention. It's because there's a lot of power from being able to see things and being able to discuss it together. Yeah, Ozzy, I heard about the landslide. You had one that was just off. It was a small one, and it's on the coast. It's on a cliff. Bear that in mind as well. Cliffs have frequent landslides, like those steep cliffs. These things happen. My guess, it was a result of the deflation. What they're reporting, that the ground is starting to go back down to regular levels. There's less pressure from underneath, and this is a side effect from that. Yes, there are other dangers and stuff, but from what we're seeing, that landslide, that's okay. It probably might have wrecked a couple boats, but that's about it. That one's okay, but it is a cool sight. I was just showing it then. I don't want to mess around too much with the audio because I've really been killing people's ears here, I think. Sorry. Ryan, yeah. And they basically shut down the access. Are you talking about like the access to the volcanoes? Like they're not allowed to look at the volcano? Or are you talking about like other things? If they want to, they will shut down the live feature, or the internet for that matter, when they decide it's time for their big push to control everybody. Yeah, I saw that happen with COVID, where it was like notably harder after a certain point to search anything. It was like someone had certainly messed up search mechanisms. It like immediately became harder to look up info without having their garbage pushed in front of it. Yeah, did you see that video? It was like one of the Australians was saying you shouldn't be talking to your neighbors. Like they're so afraid that people are able to discuss things with each other. What a bunch of cowards. By the way, it's pretty rare to be able to see the flame from the top right. Just before this goes out, I want to do this is always such a beautiful picture. But as you can see, usually it was only like the plume that you could see from here. Little flamethrower vent is gone. Yeah, don't worry though. Don't worry. They're around. They are around. welcome to those coming in. We're now in day 8, and it looks like we're starting to enter a little bit of a surge phase. It's looking a little bit calmer than it was yesterday, which is a good sign. There's less earthquakes, if any. So it looks like we're seeing possibly the tail end of the craziness, although you never know. Last night was phenomenal. But it does seem like it could correlate with things calming down in the area, and that was like its settlement being shown up at the top. Like the negotiation had already been done well below the cone, and we were seeing the effects of that afterwards. But what I'm seeing here now, this is pretty stable. It's gassy indeed. There's lots of stuff coming out of it, but when you compare it to last night, for now, it's looking nice and calm, which is a good sign. There are talks of landslides. Be aware that it's really the landslide that occurred. It was just a piece of the cliffside, so don't let people freak you out over that. That would be relatively common if you have an island that's undergoing what's called inflation, meaning the ground level is rising and then sinking due to the magma pressure. So if that's the worst landslide that we see today, then that's very good. It's not a bad thing that happened. It's natural. You're welcome to say whatever you like in chat. Just keep it respectful. Anything and everything goes. You can talk about whatever you want. Speculate as much as you like. Welcome to the stream. I'll be switching over to the night cams. We'll have 4 night cams going, but for now we'll look at this day, the sunset. Chris Jones says, when I hear the word inflation, I think of the Great Monetary Reset. Yeah, no, different term. Both come from the same concept. There's too much of something, therefore compromises what's above it. I guess it's the only link. I don't know. It was a bad link. But no, it's not same. Geologic inflation is talking about how the ground rises from pressure below, usually being magma. Sharon Kerr, how many people remain on the island at present, and how will they escape if there's a major eruption? Well, we've had major eruptions. So the number that I see right now is, it was like 6,000 to 7,000 that they've gotten off the island. The population of the island right now, I think, was somewhere in the 80 to 90K in population. So they've gotten, it's just a fraction of the people off. I assume if they need people to get off, it's just been like one ferry basically that's been doing it over time. I think they have ramped up this evacuation, but they're also seeing that it could be dying down. So I think they've opened up the airports again for some things, anyways. And how would they go about doing it? Well, there's a lot of islands in the area. You start taking them out, and Spain's close by, and you have the name Gibraltar. There's lots of stuff to come in and help for support. The real issue, because we have no fatalities, not that we know of anyways. We're still at 0 yesterday. The real issue is that this lava is going to ruin a lot of the industry in the area, and you could get the toxic gases kind of, won't be like the Montserrat eruption. Too bad the Montserrat eruption, well, that was a different place, different Montserrat. Montserrat is where the leader of the Jesuits in Italy, it's where he made his vows to the Madonna statue, Montserrat. Thank you kindly. Hope all remain safe. Yep, for sure. Absolutely. From what I'm seeing, Sharon, is that they are certainly keeping really good eyes on this, and they're responding to it well. There are some complaints that, like, the tourists that were coming in, they weren't told that this could possibly be going. Maybe at the time when they started recording earthquakes. So there's that. So maybe they weren't at first on the ball, but it didn't take long before, the response got quite serious. So this is a live shot down here by Chad TV Canarias showing a lava flow. You can see this here, that it is nowhere near as hot as it used to be. Down below you can see a bit of it flowing, but I mean, this is much more than a 45-degree angle, and it's certainly not flowing like water. We're almost at that Pahoehoe stage down below, but it is flowing and certainly has volume behind it, and it would be more gaseous, so we're looking at a little bit more violent ejection that's happening in the chamber, but this could just be like the remnants of that craziness that we saw about 24 hours ago. Dirty Dog says cheap houses. I'm not sure to what you're referring, but welcome. Joking, sorry. No worries. Oh, you haven't heard anything yet, my friend. It's when we start getting on the night cams and they all start focusing on this, it's unbelievable actually how loud this gets. It is picking up though. Just one moment, I'm going to add another night cam on, so just be 1 second. Don't worry, it's not going anywhere, just be 2 seconds. And there you go. Well, to be honest with you, even though this doesn't look too crazy, this is a pretty large eruption. I mean, you're looking at everyone who's watched this has probably heard me say this too much, but each one of those embers that you see, like let's just zoom in on the top right where it shows a lot of them. Each one of those, you notice how it's about the same size, most of these, more or less? The average size of those is about the size of a car. Okay, so when you put that into perspective, you're looking at a pillar of flame right now that's reaching hundreds of feet, especially when you count the fact that this is starting well behind this mountain. Look at this. This is in and of itself a huge eruption, and you can also see from the smoke and these pieces coming out called pyroclastic ejections, you can see that it is actually quite a violent eruption even still. It has been worse, that's for sure. Yeah, and as you can see, it is picking up. The cameras are starting to notice it as well and doing their zoom outs and all that kind of stuff. So I do believe the show is on for tonight, my friends. Personally, from what I'm seeing in the information, like if the deflation is real and if the earthquakes have stopped, basically come to a halt or whatnot. It looks like things might be starting to stabilize, and we'll get to just a much less violent flow of lava, or we'll be entering into a stage like that, but you never know. That's one thing. These geologists can spit out a lot of data, but they truly don't know what's going on, what will happen next. I think that's kind of why they want people to shut up, because they don't want people to panic, of course. At the same time, there are some concerning things to this volcano and the effects that could come from it. So it would make sense to start controlling information on it. Oh yeah, this is no joke of an eruption. Don't let it fool you just because it's carved its way half into this mountain. That thing is massive. You can also get just down here on the, we'll go back to the multicam, but you can see some of the cars going here, right? And just bear in mind this camera is about, I think it's something like 3 or 4 kilometers, meaning like maybe 2 miles away from the cone. Okay, the town here is much closer to the camera than the volcano, and you can see how small those lights are, the cars. So just imagine how big it is, because it's so much further away, that volcano. They're just zooming in for you. No, I'm not on the island. Nor am I a geologist. I just love geology. And I've studied it a good bit. I'm no expert though. And I'm not on the island. I'm nowhere near it. Even if the big tsunami happens, I might even be safe from that too. It's interesting you mentioned that, Nick, and welcome back. I got to be a bit jealous of the residents there. They have the best show on the planet right now. So I bet you everybody off that island is jealous of the people on the island, and the people who live on the island is jealous of the people who don't, who aren't there. Apparently there's a lot of tourists, I guess, like disaster tourists trying to come in. And we're hearing, normally, like normal eruptions, it doesn't really bother these people on the island so much. They're used to eruptions happening once every couple decades or whatever, so that's not so crazy. But the way that the eruptions happen here, it's scaring a lot of people, from what I'm hearing, anyways. We're just getting information from point men on the ground, and at the end of the day, you never know who it is there on the ground, do you? Do they have a motive or something like that to kind of calm people down, or maybe hype them up? There's that to play in mind too. Lots of money to be made in disaster chasing, right? Glad I kept that date cam on, because you can see just how much that the volcano is lighting up the plume above it. And for those coming in, welcome. We are now in full swing. This is reaching hundreds of feet high. These pillars of lava ejection, as you can see. It's quite far away from that camera, so you can just see how massive these explosions are. They can be picked up from the big mountain on the north. Be kind always. Good to see you. Good to see you. Love Piglet. This wouldn't affect south coast of Australia, would it? No. You're way, way in safe zone. It's just the Atlantic Ocean. You know, just the Atlantic Ocean. Looks like Chad TV Canarias is on their game today. You have one zoom out photo down at the bottom left, and then this beautiful zoom in. We'll take a look at this real quick. I also like this too because it kind of gives you a nice little update. 514 homes destroyed now recorded. It's a little bit hotter today at 20 degrees. Visibility is a little bit better than yesterday. I think it was at 12 kilometers. Maximum you can see, I think, is 18, 20. Could be wrong on that. Could be 24. But it's pretty good visibility. The extension is now recorded as much as 2.37 cubic kilometers. So that's rising pretty quick. Yesterday we were at 1.80. I think 1.80. So a considerable amount more land damaged, which is a problem because they have a lot of banana plantations there. And that's exactly where it's flowing, so the industry can be hurt pretty bad. Looking back at the multicam now. Yeah, lots of talk about this landslide tsunami years ago on YouTube, predicted around now. Oh yeah, actually my stream got pulled because I played some video. It was like Discovery or History, but the narrator was like the same dude for Ancient Aliens. You know, behind the Curse of Oak Island. It seems like these types are quite interested in the La Palma fear porn right up until this point. But it always ended with, the chance of this happening is very rare. It's like, well, here we are. What do you got to say now? It's like, no, you can't talk about this. All chat banned in live chat. Radio silence, except for Canary Islands Geographical Institute, or whatever it's called. No, I'm not sure how crops of bananas and stuff work. It must be the end of the season though. It could be worse. Yeah, but the thing is, like, what lava flows on, you can't grow bananas on. You know, it ruins the industry. It ruins the ground. It's not like a fire or a flood, right? most of the times you can just build a new. You can't build a banana plantation on top of a lava deposit, right? I don't know. Maybe you can, but I doubt it. I got a feeling that there's a reason why they have those tents. It's because it's able to keep in an atmosphere, and you need the ground below to help maintain that. That's my guess. We can actually, I can show you actually, 1 second. And this will cover just for 2 seconds, don't worry, I'll fix it. That's good enough. Okay. Hold on. I'll get back to it. Okay. So this is the one that's ongoing right now, as you can see. But you can actually see one's looking more likely. Is a tsunami looking more likely? Are we connected back again? Or is it just now that we've connected back? Think we're good? Let me know. Back. Wow, that took a while. Like I even had internet back before that went. It was on my end. I'm sorry about that, guys. How far did we get? Did you see the map with the bananas and stuff like that before I disconnected? You can see the damage that it does. 5x5, good stuff. But yeah, you can really see once that lava hits, there's no growing bananas on that again. I mean, that lava flow, the old lava flow, that was from like the 70s or something. There's still not growing bananas on it. I had just started when it cut off. Well, I tell you what I'm gonna do. I don't want to tempt fate there. Give me 1 second. Oops. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Here we go. I'm gonna give you the link that you can see it yourself. Because it is a little bit of a pest at the moment. Okay, actually, if it's working now, we might as well go through it. So, you can see the lava flow from the I guess this is the 1970s one, right? There's where it started, and you can see it go all the way down, right? See that flow here, this gray part? This is where it flowed, okay? Oh, no, don't reload. Don't reload anything. See, you can follow it all the way down here. These are banana plantations. These are the plantations in your farms, right? And in between the two patches there, you can see where the lava flowed. And ain't nothing growing there, is there? You can see where the border is, right? They won't build here, but they will build around it. I should stop zooming in. Maybe I should exit this now while I have the chance, but you can see where it flows right here, nothing being built. It ruins anything that it touches. Yeah, it's really sad. It's a lot of jobs on the line, you know, as this cuts through more. And the lava extension is growing. You can see on that. We're up to 2.37 kilometers squared. Yesterday it was like 1.80 or 1.90, somewhere in that range. So it is growing. We're at 514 homes destroyed. Update from Bushcraft Bear. Okay, yeah, we'll play that now in one moment. Actually, he doesn't like cut people out if they show his stuff. Save from my flesh. Good name. Landslides along cracks and roads, but MSM doesn't seem to be reporting. Yeah. I was just talking to somebody like when we showed the finale of last night. I showed it to someone. They're like, "What? Why is the news not reporting on this? Why would they not want this shot on air?" So, yeah, it is. Even the normies, when they see that this is going on, they're like, "Why is this not being reported on?" No offense to normies, it's just a blanket term.
Hello, my...
And that's him there now. I'm going to put it on screen. Just a second.
Dear viewers, this is Bushcraft Bear speaking to you live here from the Canary Islands, La Palma. Over here, it's the 7th day now of this volcano eruption. So I just arrived here on the top of this hill Sunday afternoon. So now give me a few minutes to manage some things. I will have a view through my binoculars what is going on over there, and then we'll see us. Alright, let's start. At first I will tell you what I can see now at this moment, Sunday afternoon. After that I have some important informations about this channel for you. After this I will tell you what I experienced this night and yesterday, and then I will tell you the latest news here from the island La Palma. So let's have a look down to the valley. Here you can see the city of Los Llanos. We are here on the southwest side of this island. Over here you can see a lot of smoke. There is this volcano eruption. You can see that the sky is very clear today. It's a little bit foggy or dusty, but there is no more big cloud. Yesterday and the day before there was a huge cloud over here, 8 kilometers high. Now you can see some black smoke over here, and you see the wind direction, and the smoke goes over here. Behind these hills here is the capital city of La Palma, Santa Cruz. Today Santa Cruz was full of ash. Here everything was fine, not much ash on the floor, and it's very sunny, hot day. Today there's a different ship over here. Maybe it's a ship that observes the volcano, I think. And I can see here the lava stream with a lot of smoke.
And I'm pretty sure he's right about the observation. I think a couple of the cameras are actually on a boat off the coast, because I remember them showing like the plume stack that was 4 kilometers high yesterday, and you could see the cliffs. So I have a feeling that there's a couple of those cameras are out in a boat, or like nearby that area. So it's probably like the new observation point.
Life is still normal here on this island. Normal traffic, streets are open here on the west side. People are outside. I saw some hikers a few minutes ago. Restaurants, bars are open. Now we come to the important information about this channel. Some people told me, and I discovered myself, that some people are re-uploading my videos here on different YouTube channels and on other channels or websites here on the internet. I do not allow this, that you re-upload my videos. You can use my link, and you can put this link into your website, and then everything is okay with the copyright, but you're not allowed to re-upload my videos. I tell you now why. A YouTube channel is a big responsibility. You can reach a lot of people. Telling the truth is very important, so I don't want any fear-mongering. So if people take my whole video or parts of this video and put it in a different context, I don't want it, because I can't control this anymore, and you can make some damage.
Something don't add up there. I'm just gonna say that, by the way. I have been wondering whether this guy's kind of been like a point man to control information, and that reasoning, boy. So if I just show this, just in its whole context, let him explain it, it won't be destroying any context. We'll be pausing. This is fair use because we want information on it. Go away, buddy. I don't like the way that he explained that, because he's saying, oh, if information goes wild and if it's not through me, then it's just fear-mongering. You know what I mean? Like, get over it, man. We're trying to get information. You're a vector point. You're not the Pope of Volcano Info.
With this is not very good. So please let me know if my videos appear anywhere other than here on my YouTube channel, so that I can report it to YouTube or I can report it to another institution. So for me it's very important to don't spread fear and fake news, no speculation or something else. For me it's important the now. For me the now is the truth. You saw the now. I showed to you the volcano over here. I am here on the Canary Islands, La Palma. And the past is gone, and the future is pure speculation. So I will start in the videos always with the now, so that you have an update. And if something unusual will happen here on this island, I will make a quick video. I can do that very fast. I will upload this video for you so that you can see if something changes over here. So make sure.
Yeah, don't worry guys, I'll tell you all the truth, okay? You don't need to go anywhere else, and you certainly should not be passing on information without me passing it on, because you know, fear-mongering and stuff. But I'll be able to know everything as it happens, even though I'm some traveling guy who's not a volcanologist, I'm pretty sure.
To subscribe to my channel.
Makes
Thank
sense,
you very
right?
much, my dear viewers, because I think you deserve the truth. You don't deserve any fear-mongering, speculation. So I'm very focused about that. All right, let's start with yesterday and this night. It was again a very rough night. I think it was the roughest night ever since this volcano eruption.
Okay, so is he honest or not? I mean, like, maybe he's just, you know, a regular guy who has seen the mode of the world these days, that we need to control information, apparently. Our authorities are saying we need to make sure all information is controlled, lest it be fear-mongering. We're not allowed to share this stuff unless it's through the mediated points. Now, listen, if I were to declare myself the point at which you can get information, guess what YouTube would do to me? They'd throw me out for misinformation. But apparently this guy can do so, even though he's just a bushcraft bear that just flew here, and it's just all coincidence that he met an eruption, and now he is the man that covers it. Any information that doesn't come out of Volcano or him, apparently, would be fear-mongering.
Started.
I don't know. I got a little bit of an issue with that. Maybe he's he's taken the, what do you call it? The totalitarian reporting pill, maybe, and it's just natural. But this, to me, seems like an attempt to control information from many different mediums. And we see that in everything online, by the way. There's always these people that just show up out of nowhere, and apparently, like, they're the experts, even though they're not. And they're able to say that, you know what I mean? Like, you can't be chopped up because it's fear-mongering. I don't know, Anton LaVey.
Yesterday, everything was okay. It was not so noisy. The air was fresh. There was this huge cloud. It was much more cloudy than today. You see, it's very sunny. This is typical La Palma weather. Most of the time we have sun, blue sky over here. Someone told me yesterday that it's possible that we will have Kalima weather today. That means that there will be hot wind from the Africa side, because this island is very close to Africa, and if there Kalima comes, this hot and warm and dry temperature or weather, it is maybe it's not so good, because then there will be as well a lot of dust in the air, and it will be hot, and I think it's in combination with this ash from the volcano, it's not so good. Okay, but now everything is fine, because the wind direction goes here to this side, to the other side of this island, to the east side. Yesterday evening I was again here on the top of the hill, and I saw the opening of a new new opening from the volcano, and at first it was very small, and it opened, and there was a lot of lava coming out. It was not so nice to see it. A lot of lava.
One second, I'm sorry to cut him off again, and I do see that people are, they're getting their confidence shaken a little bit. It doesn't mean that the information that we're being given by him is wrong, even if my suspicions are true, and I don't think that my suspicions have been proven or anything like that. This could just be a guy who, Nick W. made a good reason for this, a plausible explanation. Sounds like legal ass covering or butt covering, whatever. So this could be a natural self-censoring or self-controlling of information in order to stay online. In any case, he's playing by the boys' rules. Okay, so that's all I just want to point out with him. I think that the information we've gotten from him, for the most part, is very good. I could see some, maybe, like they're talking about tourists, so we blame bad tourists for going in. Maybe that's a narrative that could be injected to get minds off other things. You know what I mean? Things like that. So just watch out for that. But as for what he's reporting, like the actual content itself, it seems, it seems pretty good to me. So I don't mind listening to this. Just bear in mind that it is the natural course of events these days to have these point men come in to control information, and maybe he's one of them. I don't know. I just don't know, but there's a little bit of suspicion there, that's for sure.
Especially at night, it's very, it's different here. You feel more threatened. So now it's sunny. You hear this loud noise. It's like an interval. It's every few seconds it's getting louder. And but you don't see any lava, you don't see any fire, just smoke. So okay, you feel comfortable now, but at night, in the evening, it's very, very threatening. It's dark, you're at home and you hear this loud noise. So this night was very, very loud. It was not fine. So I woke up early this morning and went out. I made a short video for you. You can watch this now. 6:20 local time, Sunday morning. The sound of the volcano is very threatening. Yeah, maybe you were able to hear it, how loud this was. And then it was getting a little bit quieter, but then the explosion started. So early this morning we had again this very massive explosions. So the volcano is still very active, more active than the first eruption from the volcano Tenegia. But the director of the institute in Volcano, this is the institute for the volcanoes here on the Canary Islands. His name is Miguel Angel Morcuende. He says that this outbreak is a normal outbreak for volcanoes here on the Canary Islands. So this is the normal way an outbreak is happening with this kind of volcanoes over here. So he said he knows it's very threatening, it's very, it's unusual for the people, but this is still a normal eruption. So there are no signs of evacuation of this island. The people around this volcano were evacuated early before, that's for sure, that's for the safety. But here, down there in the city
it's not that we don't trust Bear, it's just that
goes its normal way.
Hold on.
Here on the northwest side, everything is normal. Today, the airport opened again. This morning, when I looked at the website, it was still closed. They had to clean the ash from the volcano, but now planes are flying. Ships were sailing all the time. But there were some problems yesterday because the airport was closed and there were many people on this island. And I saw a picture with it was very crowded at the harbor. So all the people took the ship, Fred Olsen, the ferry. And I think, well, in my opinion, it's not so good to bring so much people on this island by plane, because if the airport closes, all the people have to go back with the ship. And if there is something unusual happening with the sea, then there is no ship, so all the people will be stuck on this island. I don't know if this is very good for risk management. Tonight I again will be here on the top of this hill to see what the volcano is doing. My plan is to come over here 2 times a day, in the morning or in the afternoon and in the evening at night, because at night the light is different and you can see more from the lava. Alright. So thank you very much for watching. Many people of you asked where they can support this channel. Please check down the information box under this video. And yeah, thank you for watching. Stay safe, my friends. I will wish everything. I wish all the best for all the people here on this island, especially the people that got affected by this catastrophic eruption. And we'll see us in the next video. Goodbye.
Okay, that's Bushcraft Bear. So we'll talk about what I was mentioning, because like I want to make sure people know I'm not trying to jump the gun and call this guy shill. Okay, I find it extremely convenient that this guy is here on point. He understands every point to cover, even though I don't think he's a volcanologist, is he? You know what I mean? Like he... And then to have this, you know, he wants to control the information coming out of his channel. This could mean many different things. Just like is being said in chat, there's some great points as to why this could be legitimate. You know, he's covering his butt. This is the natural course of events of self-censorship. You know, this is why you hear like Tim Pool straddling the fence all the time. You know what I mean? Like he wants to keep it up, right? And he's got a channel. He wants to, you know, he wants it to grow. So like, there's a whole bunch of different reasoning behind that. But I think regardless, you know, if he's that focused on worrying about, you know, misinformation being spread, it sounds like it's either him as a point man or just the top-down authoritarianism that is the control of information these days. You know what I mean? It could just be a natural thing. But if he's playing ball by some top-down rule, then you also have to wonder. Okay, so listen, I'm not here to call him a shill. I'm not saying that. I also appreciate the information that we are getting. It seems to be very well written up and presented to us, and I don't see that there's really any issues. It seems to correlate with the truth to me, you know what I mean? But at the same time, just remember that this is how the world works these days. They make sure that they have your vector points covered at all times. A good example of this, I keep saying this to some people. I play a video game, it's Europa Universalis 4, okay? And they just came out with this DLC, this downloadable content, new expansion for it that basically ruined the game. It made everything completely unbalanced and all that kind of stuff, right? Everybody noticed it. It ended up getting like the worst score on Steam ever. All the people noticed it. However, when you went online onto YouTube for these same channels that, cover that game to make you a better player, yada, 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 saying that things are broken in the game or it's unbalanced so you should totally play this. Once there was actually a problem, all of these same channels that were supporting this game would shut up about it. They pretended that there was no problem, it didn't exist. And that's because they were point men for social influencing by the company behind it. So they were told to be silent. That's how it works, right? So all these channels that you go to for help on a certain subject or something like that, so many of them, it's actually the product behind it paying them to say what they're supposed to say. It could be the case for this guy. I don't know. Not saying that there's a product to sell, but the control of information in and of itself is quite valuable to powerful people. Yep, yeah. Save for my flesh. A great comment. Hopefully he's just covering himself, which I think is very likely the possibility. He's making sure that his channel doesn't get demonetized by letting quote-unquote false information go rampant. Okay? This could just be the natural course of events that a natural, regular person would be following to make sure that their content remains viable, right? Still going to be cautious from now on and not fall in love with sweet people. Sure, and he does seem very sweet, and I'm not, again, I don't know his heart, okay? But, yeah, like, just be careful. This is a new realm of how people control information, right? Once they realized they couldn't keep people down by TV, they had to go by other ways. Mainstream media is no longer NBC, Fox, CBS, all that stuff. That's not mainstream media. That's legacy stuff that people are just, what do you call it? They're getting grandfathered out of, okay? The real MSM right now is the big channels on YouTube that get propped up by someone, something, for some reason. That's the true MSM, and for that reason you have to question each channel, including myself. And trying to assure people that that a lot of people in the US, that there's no tsunami coming, and surprised how much misinformation there is on the subject. Yeah, we got to talk about the other side of this. There are a lot of people that want to make a lot of money off scaring you into thinking that this is eminently going to kill us all. You know what I mean? Be Kind always said they've infiltrated the alternative media. My opinion is they started alternative media. We won't go through it today, because I know people are watching the Volcano and stuff, but if you go to edge.org, you see them all. All of the people that own big tech, they were all meeting as early as 1999 to make sure that they had the oligopoly of big tech. And through that, once they took control of big tech, it's similar in a way to the way the Rockefellers took control of oil. They undersold everything so no one could compete, and then we're left with this big tech. And now that they own the platform, they've monopolized this platform. Their agents, are the ones that are the alternative media that you should listen to, because the old media is, you know what I mean? They all say the same thing. You gotta listen to alternative media, man. It's like, no, you are the mainstream now. Joe Rogan, talking about DMT. All these people, like these psychedelic folks, like the Timothy Leary crowd, like acid Timothy Leary. Go look up where he went to school. He went to Fordham, a Jesuit university, for psychology. And this is where he got a ton of this mind control stuff. It was out of a Jesuit school. Timothy Leary, if you've ever been in like the psychedelic realm, acid realm, stuff like that, this whole narrative was controlled by a bunch of people. It certainly wasn't just a bunch of hippies. It was a bunch of intelligence agents, is what it was. Mimetic, like memes, right? Who wrote the book on memes? Richard Dawkins, right? Richard Dawkins wrote the book on memetics. Let me show you a little picture just for a second while it's... Just a second. It's going to take me a second to find it. There we go. Just for a second, I'll put it up here. There's Richard Dawkins. This is on Epstein's plane, the OG Lolita Express. This is on Epstein's plane going from Santa Fe, New Mexico to Monterey, California to do a TEDx talk. Also in with that is Steven Pinker. He's a psychologist, I think out of MIT. I could be wrong on that. And up in the top left, you see John Brockman, head of edge.org. And if you go into edge.org, you're going to find all the names for all of these pseudo-intellectuals that think they're so amazing. They're all a bunch of Epstein puppets, including the guy that wrote the book on memetics. So memes and Pepe the Frog and stuff like that, you better be careful where that comes from. LSD, CIA, yep. And who's been owning the CIA? Like the directors of the CIA, I think it was 7 out of 10 since JFK have been Jesuit trained. Timothy Leary, the LSD guy, came out of Fordham. And that was specifically what he was doing. He was like a military psychology thing. Why is that happening at a Jesuit school in New York? Yeah, it did turn political. But you know what? It's not political. Political would mean that there's a left and right wing thing, or we disagree on things. No, we should all be able to agree that we have problems with Jeffrey Epstein. It's not QAnon. It's definitely not QAnon BS. Let's go a little bit further. Let's go a little bit further. Just 1 second. Jeffrey Epstein. Now they deleted this page because it's too telling. QAnon's a psyop. Yeah, no, I agree with QAnon as a psyop. I think they were meant to get people off this trail, actually, to be honest with you. This is edge.org, the guy that I was talking about sitting at the top, or standing at the top left of that picture with Richard Dawkins. They were on that plane together, and this is his website, John Brockman's website. Jeffrey Epstein is a financier and science philanthropist, and we know what philanthropist means, right? That means child abuser. It's what they call themselves. He is president of the Jeffrey Epstein Sixth Foundation and currently serves as the chairman and chief executive officer of the Financial Trust Company. Mr. Epstein started his career at Bear Stearns with an educational background in physics and mathematics. Mr. Epstein is the founder of the program for evolutionary dynamics at Harvard University. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? Mr. Epstein, Epstein Island, is the founder of the program for evolutionary dynamics at Harvard University. Isn't that lovely? Established in 2003, the program studies the evolution of microsystems and microbiology with the use of mathematics. Under the direction of Martin Novak, by the way, he's a professor of biology and mathematics at Harvard University as well, and he has received millions of dollars from Epstein. They work hand in hand, or at least they did, and they met Bill Clinton together, if you look into it. And this is QAnon stuff. You can find this probably on Slate or a bunch of other left-wing websites that you can find. These people did a lot better work at uncovering this stuff than any right-winger or QAnon guy did, and I wonder why. Mr. Epstein founded the Jeffrey Epstein Sixth Foundation in 2000 to fund and support cutting-edge science around the world. Lovely. He is one of the largest supporters of individual scientists, including theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking and Nobel laureates Gerard Hooft, David Gross, and Frank Wilczek. Huge names. His foundation also plays an active role in supporting education across the United States, as well as quote-unquote philanthropy in the U.S. Virgin Islands, like Epstein Island, where the foundation is based. Mr. Epstein is actively involved in the Santa Fe Institute, the Theoretical Biology Initiative at the Institute for Advanced Study, the Quantum Gravity Program at the University of Pennsylvania. Remember Wharton School? That's where Steve Jobs' wife, Donald Trump, these guys come out of there. He recently sat on the Mind, Brain, and Behavior Committee at Harvard University. So he's all over Harvard. And much more. He's in MIT, a whole bunch of other places as well, University of Pennsylvania, Santa Fe Institute. This is no conspiracy theory. Mr. Epstein is a former member of the Trilateral Commission. If you don't know what that is, you should look it up. The Council on Foreign Relations, same thing, and New York Academy of Science, and a former Rockefeller University board member. So if you think that the whole science and pedophilia and stuff, that these are two different things, I don't think so. Don't think so. These are the billionaires' dinners. I'll let this load up for a moment. I can't do it on the thing, but anyways, I'll give you the link to this here now. You can read it for yourself, and then you can go on edge.org and you can just see how entrenched these people are with each other. So I'll take that off. We'll go back to the volcanoes. I think I've stated my case pretty well, right? I'll rest my case. Yep, honey trapped, honey potted. They all got their ears tickled. Oh, you're so smart. You're so smart. Come abuse these children with us on the island, and once you're stuck here, we have all that info against you, and you better not talk out. Save for my flesh, I don't trust Trump, neither do I. Politics, two wings of the same bird. I believe all politics are controlled by the same puppet master. I completely agree with you, and I was one of the people that kind of hoped that Trump was like a JFK that was calling out these people behind it all, but I don't think that's the case at all. I don't think that's the case at all. I think he was there to, what do you call it, distract everyone in their own way. Voltec Tlusty. I came for the volcano, but I like these bonuses. Maybe you could do a live about all this stuff aside from the volcano. For those of us who are interested, actually, this channel before the volcano stuff, it's all about that stuff. I'm a strong believer that the powers that be are controlled by a group called the Society of Jesus, which is a certain sect of Catholicism. They can be covert. They don't have to dress as priests. They infiltrate wherever they want. They learn about your culture and they try and imitate your culture, and that's how they subvert things. They're like the Borg of Star Trek. So I would highly recommend looking into the Jesuit order. And I have a really cool video. If you look up Avidan married to Babylon, that's actually a pretty good step one to establish my case. Yeah, nothing to lock her up. And to be honest, I think like Clinton is a small fish, just like, you know, Fauci and Bill Gates for us. I mean, like, these are important names to be talking about, don't get me wrong, but like they're trying to make it seem like these are the final bosses of the game, you know? And on the other side, you have the left talking about Jim Jordan and Rand Paul and Ted Cruz, and all of these people are actually just heel draggers to stop any real investigation. So we focus on Clinton, you know, Fauci and stuff, and then we never realize that the people who are pumping us up, they all have degrees from Jesuit universities. You know, it's just coincidence, all these people. I've heard of the St. George Order, but not the Constantinian Order. Maybe it's like its formal name, and I just didn't know. There's a lot of these, like Knights Templar, it's like Soldiers of Christ, I think is the name of it, or something. Or Jesuits, their name is the Society of Jesus. So they all have, like, you know, their formal names, so maybe I'm missing it. Okay, well, if you want to talk like theoreticals as to who could be controlling them and why, I felt like I've stated, and this is only hypothetical, okay? I'm not calling the guy a shill. What I'm saying is that if you have a point man in the place that becomes like the number one person to go to, then you can basically control what is okay to say, what is not okay to say. As you can see, he was talking about, you know, who's okay to blame, who's not okay to blame. Like, I find it really weird that tourists are allowed to be going in there, and he hasn't, I don't know if he complained about the tourists today, but he did yesterday, like about the tourists themselves. It's like, why isn't the government stopping that from happening? It's like, why do we have to see this happen and then blame the people down there? And it's like, that seems like it could be a distraction. It's like, that could be easily solved. Yes, here we are talking about it. How long has it been shooting only off the main? So this is basically status quo since sundown. You can't see all that much in the daytime, right? So maybe it died down sometimes then, but this has been pretty steady going since the sun went down. I have a bad feeling about this in the tsunami. I think there's a lot of people with a lot of bad feelings, but at the end of the day, it would be worst case scenario if that happened. And what we're seeing here now is a potential calming, actually. They have reported deflation, and the only landslide that we saw was just this little piece off the cliff on the west side, and that's a pretty good sign. I mean, honestly, I don't think there's a need to freak out about this. We got enough eyes on this that if something happened, there's no way it could be covered up. You got 9 hours if it goes down if you're in North America, and that's the least amount of time that you have. That's in worst case scenario. Yeah, listen, I would not be worrying about this, guys. Take this as a campfire that we're observing. And it seems like things are flowing quite well. And of course, you're all entitled to your opinions. Please, you're more than welcome to speculate here. This is not a place where we're gonna call you a fearmonger or whatever the prescribed words are for this situation now from the top down. We're not gonna call you that here. But one thing is that we can't be controlled by emotion. This is what these people want us to do, is be controlled by our emotions. And that swings both ways. People telling you that you're a conspiracy theorist, people saying that there's nothing correct on the MSM and that this is going to end up with a tsunami. I think both sides are dangerous ways to go about progressing free thought. So just bear that part in mind, I guess. If MSM says no tsunami, I bet the opposite. Well, I tell you, here's what I think is going on, right? That the chance that it could happen isn't off the table, of course, okay? The likelihood of it happening, of the big tsunami that we all know about, right, is probably quite low, okay? And what they're then balancing is, do we freak out about this, even though the chance is small, and possibly cause problems to an already faltering economy around the world, right? Because where there is fear, where there is uncertainty, where there is feelings of doom, you will get instability in markets, okay? And people can lose a lot of money. And if this was over, and if this, like a further faltering of the economy was over something that is probably not going to happen, that can cause maybe more damage than the tsunami. You never know. It could trigger a course of events. So they might be very careful about it for that reason. Which, listen, I don't like the fact that we're not getting enough information either. I don't like the fact that I'm starting to see or observe at least some evidence that someone's trying to control the narrative, right? I don't like that either, but we do have to take it into account that it may not just be about them hiding a tsunami from you, but that we need to be careful of an already, a point of crisis, to be honest, over the past couple of years when it comes to the economy. They have to be careful. So bear that in mind as well. It may not just be because they're trying to hide a tsunami from you. It came from a bat. You conspiracy folks are crazy. Yeah, the bats that can rock preonic spikes, and looks like it's been modified 2 or 3 times with inserts, but yeah, no, a bat did that. Okay, Peter Doshik. I wonder if I still have this video. 1 second. Yeah, be prepared, be observant. This is really the mindset that we should have. Not freaking out, nothing like that. Keep your eye on it. Realize that the MSM is not exactly giving you all the information you need. You got to do a little bit more work and prepare accordingly. But it's not something to, lose your mind over. I bet you there's a lot of people vested in, from what I'm seeing anyways, and people losing their minds over stuff like this. So yeah, the prionic, they're talking about bat coronaviruses here in this video I'm about to show you, and this is, well, they actually show the dates here. But these are the people who, they're from a place called EcoHealth Alliance, which is a company that worked with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, right? They were given a whole bunch of money by the NIH and USAID, NIAID, a bunch of these to study bat coronaviruses. And in 2016, I think that's what I see here, this is what happened, this interview.
When you get a sequence of a virus, and it looks like a relative of a known nasty pathogen, just like we did with SARS, we found other coronaviruses in bats, a whole
That look when you're dumb frightened might get you in trouble too.
host of them. Some of them looked very similar to SARS. So we sequenced the spike protein, the protein that attaches to cells. Then I didn't do this work, but my colleagues...
Don't say it! Don't say it! Don't say it! Don't say
My
it!
colleagues in China did the work. You create pseudoparticles, you insert the spike proteins from those viruses, see if they bind to human cells. And each step of this, you move closer and closer to this virus could really become pathogenic in people. So you narrow down the field, you reduce the cost, and you end up with a small number of viruses that really do look like killers.
When you look in people and you say, in the people that live in the region where this animal lives, that are exposed to that virus, do we...
So yeah, that was some of these head honchos, like all of the magazines. Nature magazine, you saw Amy Maxman there. You can look her up on Twitter where she is shilling the proximal theory, meaning that it came from a bat, right? When we have the guy from the Wuhan lab and EcoHealth talking exactly about how the lab theory works. Basically spells it out there, but they're like, no, it couldn't possibly happen. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. The music in that video was Deus Irae, which is The Wrath of God by Mozart. Oh yeah, he said it. Yeah, Fauci said that he did. In 2017, he said that Trump will have to deal with a surprise pandemic during his presidency. How does one predict a surprise pandemic? You got the exact quote, yeah. The next presidency will have to deal with a surprise outbreak. Surprise! I'm Dr. Fauci. Guys, have you, for those who are interested in this conversation, have you looked at, I wouldn't normally care so much about compound media and like Anthony Cumia, but he had on Jim Brewer, he was, big comedian on Saturday Night Live and stuff like that. And it was called, the name of the interview was called something like being red-pilled to the world around us. And listen, I'm telling you, this interview was fantastic. Oh my, talking about, like the whole COVID stuff and indoctrination and things like that. This is one of the best interviews I've ever heard, and like, interviews suck for the past like 5 years. It's all just been stupid, fake, pushed celebrity crossovers. This is so different. It's a great, the way he makes fun of the people saying trust the experts and stuff like that. Oh my goodness, it's so funny. I want to play it. I got a feeling that it will pull this stream, but try and find it. Go on it's Compound Media, red pilled to the world around us. It's amazing. Anyone see the video of the La Palma church getting crushed by lava? I saw two videos. One had houses in the front and the other didn't. Looked like two different landscapes. Oh, like before and after? Because I know that they were talking about like the church standing. I don't know if this is the same one, and it was kind of like a source of inspiration, but... Looks like I didn't chase too many people away with that conspiracy theory talk. Please be a little bit more precise as to what link you would like to have shared, because of the time delay. I end up forgetting what you're talking about by the time you mention it. Just ask for which link and I'll supply it to you as soon as possible. I think we lost Ozzy though. It's sad because this is not a political thing, right? Left and right, everybody should be basically united in trying to stop, basically pedophiles controlling information. I think that should be a unification issue, right? Oh, so are you saying that you think like maybe one of the landscapes or one of the shots were false of the thing? Oh, and if the link was about the video I put up, that's actually, I made that video. You can find I make a lot of these kind of things. You can find them on my channel. Because I'm a video creator more than a live streamer, even though I've been doing much more live streaming. Listen, if you want to know about conspiracies and you haven't really watched videos, these edited videos that I do, I think you really want to look at I'm not going to play it here because it's a little bit fine print and I don't want to block. Klaus Schwab, he went to the University of Freiburg. He's a Jesuit trained. University of Freiburg. Klaus Schwab, I think he's a clown, essentially. I think I think a lot of these people are just, they're so in their own bubble, they don't even realize what clowns they are. Someone was mentioning about the Antichrist in a couple streams ago. They're saying it may not be like a specific person, but a group, because that's how they count. A lot of the times, that's how things are counted in the Bible or whatever. It's not necessarily the name of one person. I was looking into this. Vicarius Filii Dei. Just 1 second. I mean, take this with a grain of salt, right? Okay, so this is one of the names of the Pope. And if you know Latin writing, like the old school Latin writing, a U becomes a V, right? Now if you take all of the numbers and you add them together, if you count the U as a V, which would be indeed the case for Latin and Latin names, you add up all the numbers that represent a score in Latin numerals, and you get 666. And Vicarius Filii Dei, it means in the place of God. Vicar, like a viceroy. Have you ever heard of a viceroy? A viceroy is a king in place of a king. So like sometimes if you have like a colonial place or whatever, and you can't, like they can't depend on word from the king right away, you know what I mean, to make a decision, they will install what's called a viceroy that speaks on behalf of the king, whereas this term speaks on behalf of God. So there's that. Now I don't know if that proves anything. It's an interesting one. Well, the Pope is usually a single person, right? At the time. At the time. He who deceives with signs and wonders. Take a look at the New Apostolic Reformation and the people behind that. One of the top guys that you'll see is a guy named Rick Joyner, and he's a Knight of Malta. A lot of these people got their ideology, like the Seven Mountains Mandate, that is basically a reflection of Althusser, Althusser. He was a communist that had the eight platforms of influence, I guess you can call it. I forget exactly what he called it, but if you line up the Seven Mountains Mandate, where they want to take out over certain parts of media, government, education, the 7 influences of the world, it's basically the exact same thing as the 8 spheres of influence by Althusser, the communist. And they both were hanging around Lausanne, Switzerland. Switzerland is a nice little place to look up. You're going to find Jesuits everywhere. That's where they were able to gain a lot of strength during the Counter-Reformation through a state called the Palatinate, and they stayed around Geneva ever since then. They've been cooking up all their signs and wonders since. This NAR stuff, you'll see John Templeton, you'll find Phil Johnson, all these guys. They were all meeting up in a place in Switzerland, and it's very tied to Jesuits. And it is significant that the Pope is now a Jesuit. Like even as far as 60 years ago, I'd say it would never be allowed, because there are a bunch of subversive child molesters is what they are. That's what they believe in. They believe that's what gives them godliness, right? It's what they do. It's what mystery religions do. Well, Ozzy, this has always been a campfire. We can't just talk about how crazy the volcano is all the time. It's pretty much the status quo. We got a nice little show to watch anyways. There's only so much I can talk about. Hey, what are you doing in front of the camera? There we go. I'll talk about something else. But this is, first and foremost, a political and religious channel. Well, spiritual. I mean, I don't consider myself part of religion, but I am a Bible believer, so these conversations will come up. from just a short break, I'm noticing that it's pretty fast here now. I've rustled some jimmies, I know. The Pope is no way a Christian. I believe that 100%. People sharing thoughts and opinions, Ozzy. Yep, it's definitely great to do so. I think he will be a decoy. I'm guessing talking about the Antichrist. Taken down by a conservative, real one, of course. He's just playing a conservative, maybe Trump. He's a devil incarnate who's alive, maybe not Trump, maybe just the Antichrist. Yeah, but yeah. We're told, you know, the world is pretty much going to believe it. Even some of the elect will believe it, right? Or if, I think the actual statement is that even, or if the elect could be fooled by it, they would be fooled by this. I think that was the way that Obama's a decoy, he'll get taken down. Yeah, Obama, you were just talking about Obama. I'm sorry, man. I misread. This channel's just got even more awesome. Yeah, I got opinions and I voice them. Sorry, Obama, maybe a decoy. Yeah, no, I think he is. I think they were all working together, right? Are there any Jesuits on camera discussing the oath? There's a guy, there's one guy that claims that he's an ex-Jesuit. His name is Alberto Riviera. Now, he could be pulling a fast one on us, right? Controlled op. He discusses the Jesuit oath and discusses a lot about the Jesuits, but here's the issue. Okay? He's the only one. I almost don't like going into the oath, right? Because I don't, even though it's recorded in history, it's quite plausibly deniable, right? If we only have one guy talking about it, and I mean, most people, listen, if you go against these people, you're donezo, so I understand why more people wouldn't. Even if it was true, I'm just saying that if we only got one guy and, you know, a couple entries into Congresses, I try not to look at that as, you know, something that I would pass on. I would, like, if I'm trying to wake up your average person or whatever, like, whatever you want to call it, it's going to be the alma maters and how they all, so many people go to Jesuit schools. Like, if I show you, you know, 7 out of 10 CIA directors went to Fordham, Holy Cross, Georgetown, or Duquesne, like, if I show you that, you know, that's a little bit different, right? But the Jesuit oath, it's kind of hearsay, even if it is submitted to multiple Congresses. I think it's in the U.S. Congress. I think it's in the Australian Congress. I think there's better info. I think there's better info that exposes these people. But it's definitely something to look into because their actions throughout history reflect what is said in that oath. I just don't use it as like proof. You got to look at this kind of thing. You know what I mean? So bear in mind. Also, there's a lot of like SDA, Seventh-day Adventists, that cover the Jesuits, and I think that is a decoy, to be honest. I think that they do that because SDA has a lot of wonky beliefs as well that aren't supported by Scripture. So if you get them talking about it and then the rest of the Christian community or whatever looks at them, they say, okay, well, this whole Sabbath thing, you've definitely misconstrued Scripture or whatnot, you're going to discount these people. So it's like make the person that would be most discountable. And seculars can really hit SDA because it's really like authoritarian, or at least authoritative in ways. So like leftists don't like religious authoritarian stuff, so it's easy to get them to push that aside, right? A moving volcano? Well, if you look at like befores and afters and stuff, you'll see that this thing has been sinking, and that the cone has collapsed in the inside, or like on surface level, of course, but on the inside of the cone, we're looking at one side, and the cauldron is in the middle of two sides. The one that's sloping down and closest to the water or whatnot, that is just gonzo now. It's been ripped apart days ago and in many different ways. glad you do voice them. Yeah, we got to start calling, because this isn't about like, you know, religious and secular can get behind this, and these people are trying to come up with all sorts of different distracting stories to keep you away from the fact that, like, right now Jesuit Cardinal McCarrick is in court for abuse of many minors, and it keeps coming in. Like, more reports keep on getting laid down, but we're hearing nothing of this, even though Cardinal McCarrick is currently in court for this very thing, and it was covered up by Benedict, and it was covered up by Francis. In fact, Francis gave him more power, or he gave him another post somewhere when they knew about it back in 2013. And that's like the earliest that you can prove that it was known about. This order knows about it. Let's just say it. It's what they believe in. They're Orphic. They believe that you guide, quote unquote, guide a young boy through adulthood. This is what they believe, so that you can be more. They believe it's the most noble thing you can do. That's where this mentality comes from. That ends up being this sickening stuff that you end up finding people are getting charged for. That's the mentality behind it, to make it right in their minds. Yeah, iPet goat. Yeah, and there's a lot in it. A lot that, like, I just watched it a couple weeks ago, and I still don't understand half of it, but I see a lot more than I used to. Also made out of Montreal, one of the Jesuit capitals. Remember when the Jesuits were suppressed back in, I think it was 1798, maybe earlier. It was Pope Clement's suppression bill that stopped them. The Jesuits were allowed to stay in Quebec, and they had their own little conclave out in to the north of Quebec City. So they didn't go anywhere. They just they started working through a group called the Sulpicians, Saint-Sulpice, and Spiritan is another one. The Christian brothers, the Christian Irish brothers that are involved with all those school scandals. The creator, he took the name Ignatius after the founder of the Jesuits when he created that group, and he created it during the time that the Jesuits were suppressed. So you might as well just consider the Christian Brothers a Jesuit sect, because they couldn't open up their own sect because they were suppressed. But they were still around, they were still acting subversively, and they were still powerful enough to get people to take their name when they were making new groups that, just so coincidentally, also abused children. It's all just a coincidence, of course. Okay, so we're getting, there are pics of roads cracking on the south side. Yeah, what do I got here? Mind the camera, sorry guys. This looks like it's on the south side by the way that the mountains are, the southwest side. This was posted today. SDA controls global diet and nutrition recommendations? I didn't know that. I'd like to see more info on that, to be honest. Because I know that they're super strict on that kind of stuff, and it's not just the diets either. There's lots of stuff. Jared Kushner, my view on Jared Kushner is he's a junior partner in the royal marriage between Jesuits and Reformed little hats. I don't know what takes people off YouTube, but I think they're the junior partner in that marriage. Cracks away from main activity, the whole island is unstable. Be careful on that, because what that could be is just as it was being pushed up, the ground was being pushed up, and now it's going undone. So there's tensional forces. They could be very small. Right? It's a large radius of what was pushed up, okay? And as the pressure is relieved, the inflation will recede into what is deflation. The ground will start sinking a little bit back to where it was, and these are natural symptoms of that. Now, it could, for all I know, it could be something big, but just because you see cracks farther away, it's not something to freak out about. Remember, the whole south part of the island has those magma vents underneath. Even though it's coming out through that one place, there is a massive area of inflation, or the land from underground rising up due to pressure from the magma. Okay, that occurred. We don't have much information on that now, which makes a lot of people suspicious. It is something to keep your eye on, definitely. But to see cracks in the ground like that, it's not necessarily the end of the world, guys. Don't worry about that. You gotta have a lot more things pointing to something substantial. It's nothing to. Yeah, I made my point. Jesuits and Nazis are linked. Nazis survived and went into business. Martin Bormann got out without over $1 billion after the war, invested in the U.S. Take a look into Himmler and how Big H called him his Ignatius Loyola, and also how I don't know if I can say Big H's name. I'm not trying to praise the guy, because not at all. He was just a stooge. I'm just saying Big H so I don't get pulled or something. Also, there's quotes of him saying that like he loved the structure of the Jesuits and the Catholic orders and stuff like that. So he modeled a lot of his structure based on the Jesuit order. Another one too, Adam Weishaupt. Depending on what you believe about the Bavarian Illuminati and stuff like that, that actually did exist. Weishaupt was a Jesuit. He was Jesuit trained. Okay, now. The story is that he turned on them. He went rogue, and he decided to, take over the world on his own. I don't believe that. I believe that he stayed a Jesuit. I think it's more plausible because the quote-unquote Bavarian Illuminati, those levels, the 13 levels or whatever of the Illuminated, is basically exactly the same structure as the Jesuit order. Or it was at the time when they had that structure. So, I don't know, maybe he did steal it, and then he was so resourceful that he was able to defeat the Jesuits and take over the world by Illuminati. I don't buy that. I don't buy it at all. I think if you go against the Jesuits after you were being one, you got about 24 to 48 hours to live, my friend. If you know enough, as Weishaupt did, you're done. If you go against them, the same thing with Voltaire. Voltaire was trained Jesuit, and he also, quote unquote, went against the Jesuits. No, I think it was just that the Jesuits had such a poor name that they all had to make excuses for why they're no longer a Jesuit so that they can subvert more stuff. And it's really only until recently, the past 50 years or so, that the word Jesuit was originally an insult. It was one who used the Lord's name too much, or one that used it to their advantage, one who abused his name. That's what Jesuit means. I forget where it was coined. I think it was Navarra, but whatever. They took that name for themselves, right? And then stopped that meaning just by using it. They owned the name, right? They took back the name. What do they call that now in social justice, which they created, by the way? Look up Luigi Tabarelli. Jesuits created social justice. It's just liberation theology in secular form. Well, it makes sense, you know, everything about the Bavarian sect. Also, as well, oh my goodness, what was I about to say? Sorry, I got a little bit distracted with the cathedral showing NYC. Pillar in St. John's Cathedral showing NYC getting demolished by a tsunami. I don't know. I haven't looked enough into it. Like, the thing is, right, like, once you start realizing how sick these people are, like, I don't like chasing after their occult symbolism too much unless it's for a reason. Because they're just, it's gross. Actually, to be honest with you, I started doing the stream because I have been researching them to expose it, and I'm in the middle of making videos, but the stuff is so sickening that, like, I needed a break. It was disgusting. These people are just gross. You'll also find Scottish Freemasonry is basically Jesuit Gnosticism. So, like, checky. We'll go on the. Just give me a second to find it. Just for a moment there, guys. I'll do it on this side because the other ones are bumping. Make it nice and big. All right. So this was drawn by a guy named Athanasius Kircher, who was a Jesuit priest, and he is considered, though you may not know him, as the father of Egyptology. So you know, like the craze in archaeology for Egyptology, this is the guy that created the hype for it. He was one of the first people out of the gate of the Renaissance to create a hype for it. He drew this. He lived, I want to say it's the late 1500s into the early 1600s that he lived, and most of these drawings probably come from mid-early 1600s. Okay, so the York Rite Freemasonry, like that was based off the Templars, basically, for the most part, but it calmed down to cornering trade markets, right? Making sure that you keep the knowledge for yourself, and you have like a kind of a way to get away from your wives a couple times a week. You know what I mean? That's basically what the York Rite Freemasonry was. I'm not saying that it was, you know, innocent or anything like that, but it didn't have all this mystic garbage in it. Like, at least it was kind of hewn down over the centuries. This is where it got reintroduced. This dude goes down to Egypt and he pulls back a whole bunch of New Age stuff, like disgusting stuff. Listen, it gets worse. Little things that you may not notice. Can you? I'm guessing you guys see the numbers on this. What looks like Sudoku. The right hand side, the cherubim that's there, the Cupid, or whatever you want to call them. That number. If you take a pencil. You write down, like, you create that square with the numbers in it, and you connect from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, 7, 8, that you create the seal of Saturn. I'm not kidding you. You create an occultic seal of Saturn. And the further that you look into this here, see this ball, okay? The inside is the Earth, and then you can see these little tiny symbols. Hard to make out here. You'll have to verify this yourself. But these are the 7 sigils, of which the top one is Saturn. They believe that Saturn, or that god back in the day, whatever it was, is the boundary between time and space. And that's why it's the furthest out. That's why you've heard of El, the Most High, or whatever. That's what it comes from, the Most High. Okay, and they believed it was like the Earth, the Moon is another planet. They believe the Moon is a planet. Then you had Mercury, I think that one is. That one is Venus, that one's Mars, and then you had like Jupiter and going up like that, okay? So like, these people love their astrology as well. What is a Catholic priest doing drawing this stuff? What is he doing drawing this stuff? Here you have Pythagorean. Now listen, the Pythagoras theorem is just a math equation. For the most part, most people using it, it's just a math equation, okay? But if you look into Pythagoras, he was an occultist. and a specific occultist. He got his stuff from Orphism. Orphism is the one where you have to shake all your material bonds to become a god. And shaking your material bonds also includes guiding a young boy through adulthood, because it's the most noble of things you can do. And guess what that means? This is where it comes from. Anyways, so this guy, he goes down to Egypt and, like, you know, Babylon area and stuff like that, and he collects all this information. He wasn't the only one to do this, but he's significant because what he did, all of that information ended up going to a place called La Flèche in France. It was a college. I think it's now a military college, and it's just outside of Paris. Okay, and then all that information, and this is according to Helena Blavatsky and many other sources as well, that information then got pumped into what's called we call it now Scottish Rite Freemasonry. If you ask them their history, they will tell you that the first chapters came from around the Clermont area of France. And that's when you started seeing all these stupid Illuminati eyes and the light rays and stuff like that. This is where it comes from. Jesuit, he was a brilliant man in a way. He was a priest. He drew all this stuff, brought it back to the church, and they infused it into a new form of Freemasonry so that they could infiltrate the rest of Freemasonry. So York Rite and all the other ones. They started from there. They made it their hub to infiltrate everything. And this is why you get the Illuminati eye and all that stupid crap, right? This is where it came from. A Jesuit priest. Someone mentioned a Renaissance man. He is actually considered one of his nicknames or whatever is the last Renaissance man. He was a brilliant guy. He didn't get everything right. In fact, he messed up on a lot of stuff. But considering the information that he had at the time and the vastness of knowledge that he had, a very interesting guy to look into. I'll just here, Athanasius Kirk. That dude. Well, maybe be kind, but you might be surprised in how wrong they are in so much that they believed. Like, so one of the offshoots of occultism, like the precursor to chemistry, it was called alchemy. And these people still believe in the alchemy part, right? Like, chemistry is an actual science, okay? And it tests itself, whereas this alchemy stuff is just like based on what they call hidden knowledge, but really they're morons that think that things like sulfur and mercury are the prime materia of the earth. You know what I mean? It's stuff that's like totally disproven, and they would be laughed out of a science place. But these are the people that are, behind a lot of science. I mean, Fauci went to a Jesuit school. He's a Jesuit. It's born and raised. Like, he went to a high school, Regis, which is Jesuit, which, by the way, is now under investigation for sexual abuse. Right? Like, you can't get away from it. I'm not laughing at it like that. It's just, it's just interesting how it just seems that they're hand in hand with each other, right? And he also went to College of the Holy Cross. Who else went there? Clarence Thomas went to Holy Cross. Supreme Court judge. You can actually then see how they create divides. Like, they were all fighting over whether or not Thomas was going to get in or not. A bunch of these people, 2 or 4 and against, were Jesuits. It was just like a big show to get him in. Made Republicans think that he was legit, right? It's not just Thomas either. It's like a whole bunch of them. I'm pretty sure Roberts. He went to a Christian Brothers school, I think. Fauci is, that puppet is something else. Yeah. So the alchemy is changing man into God. That's what they believe. So like the turning lead to gold, they believe in that physically as well as metaphorically. Turning lead to gold. Lead is like represents Saturn, gold representing the sun. Yeah, that garbage. Just to let you know, I don't believe in any of that crap. Oh, James, if you dropped a video, likely the chat just stops any links because you're not on mod. You're gonna have to repost. Hold on. Sounds kind of like well, it is. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's like Wiccans and pagans and stuff and New Age. It's all from the same stuff. There's nothing new about this stuff. There's nothing new about it. Like I know I come off like that old school Bible thunter and say it's all witchcraft. Right? No, I don't believe that everything that is not Christian is witchcraft. I'm not talking about how like everything that is not Christianity is wrong. This is not what I'm getting at, and like satanic and stuff like that, okay? I'm not getting at that. I'm saying specifically New Age stuff is witchcraft. That's what it's based on. It like you start seeing a tremendous overlap in astrology and astrological charts. Same thing with how they obsess over different types of plants. That's where it comes from as well. Right? Like they think that plants have certain characteristics, right? That's what they also believe in. That's where it comes from. It's all from this New Age, quote unquote New Age mystery crap. And because it's a mystery, it seems new to many people every time it comes out in its own way, in a different way. Like back in the 1800s, it came out as a Great Awakening in northern New York. And you'll find Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, SDA, Christian Scientists, like if you look at their roots, they all come from these same things, and you start seeing that all this mystic crap, this is what the Great Awakening was back then, and it's what the Great Awakening in QAnon is right now. Okay? Now I'm not saying that there's a lot of stuff in it that is wrong, but this is another deception that is nothing new about it. The Great Awakening, this will be the 5th one that happened. For those that talk about a Great Awakening. I haven't seen anybody say that here. Like you mean how Saturn was once a sun. So my understanding is that Saturn was not once a sun. Jupiter almost was a sun. We almost had a binary system. I think that's what Jupiter is. So like a lot more solar systems than you think actually consist of 2 or more stars revolving around an axis and then planets around that, right? If I'm not mistaken, they believe that Jupiter was almost a binary star. It would have been smaller than the sun, of course, but it was almost, but it just didn't quite make it. I could be wrong on that though. It's been a long time. The Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. Yeah, Ecclesiastes 1 is... Memorize that. Actually, the videos I'm making right now, it's about that, and Jeremiah 7, those two. New Age thought controls your reality has crept into the church. Yeah, it has. And it's in more ways than you think. In more ways than you think. We do have the Great Awakening, which you can see clearly tied to like the NAR, the emergent church, right? Like those Feely, Bethel, Hillsong, Jesus culture, right? We have that one side, and this one's might tick off a couple of you. I'm sorry, but I gotta say it. The other side is Calvinism and this Reformed garbage and the tulip doctrine, total depravity. Go compare it. I know this might upset you, okay? Because I know Calvinists look like the sane response to the NAR. This is intentional. They're meant to look like the ones with sense, so higher IQ people get, no, I shouldn't say higher IQ. what I should say is that people who are more try to focus more on logic and systems and order, they will drift towards Calvinism. If you're more sensationalist or emotional, again, not trying to make fun of anybody, high, low, Q, what, it doesn't matter. But if you're more essentially based, you will drift towards the NAR, New Apostolic Reformation, because they love these signs and wonders, and that people are still speaking to God directly and have special connections to God, and not just you with your personal relationship with Him. You know what I mean? They love that stuff. They're looking for a sign. But on the other hand, and I nearly got sucked into Calvinism because it does seem logical. But when you go back and you look at the theories of tulip, it doesn't belong in the Bible. Where it does belong, though, is in Manichaean and Orphic and Pythagorean spirituality. That's remember, like I was saying, Pythagoras' theorem? Pythagorean theology is its own theology, which derives from the same stuff. A Calvinist would then say, oh, that doesn't really show anything either. Let's take a look at John F. MacArthur. The F in John F. MacArthur's name, the head of the Masters, they call themselves the Masters University or something like that. That should tip you off as well. Masters University. The F in Thomas F. John F. MacArthur is Thomas Fullerton. Who is Thomas Fullerton? He was a Presbyterian minister in Prince Edward Island, Canada, but he was also a Grand Master Mason. Okay? Now, MacArthur, his grandson, who is also a head minister at his church and his master's theology school, his middle name is after this person, and he has, quote-unquote, exposed Masonry, where he just mentions, like, Jabulon, like that name or whatever, or something else like that. It's just like one little cherry-picked tidbit to pretend that he is exposing Masonry, but he never talks about his own grandfather, upon which he's named. Like, so he won't mention how his grandfather was a Mason and how he was deceived, but his name is the F is for his Mason grandfather. This is a big problem. This is obviously, when you're talking about like hidden names that were in Masonry, you're not exposing anything. You're pretending to expose something. So why? Yeah, that would be my question to Calvinists, because I know the theology sounds really sound, and God is sovereign, God is powerful. I believe God is powerful. I believe God is all powerful, but I believe He's also a God that allows us the liberty to make our own mistakes, to go our way, which is wrong, or go His way, which is right. I think the Bible is full of that. Calvinists will teach you that you have no choice in this. You either go by God's way, by not your own will, or you don't go by His way. You can't hear it. This is not from the Bible. So it's really sad, because there's some really smart people in Calvinism, and they're getting their IQ boxed in by having to submit by this system that they call God sovereign, but really he's a weak God. The Calvinist God is one that feels he needs to force you to do His will. That's not the God I read in the Bible. Dang, look at the book of Judges. It's just like a 7-time cycle of us not doing God's will, calling out for Him. He sends a judge to save us at that time, or just to save the Jews of that time, right? And they get right with God to a certain extent, and then the next generation kind of falls away, and that cycle repeats 7 times. Now, how could that happen if we are totally depraved, and we can't make our own choice? And John MacArthur also mentioned saying you can still take the mark of the beast and be saved. There's also something, he's got some weird views on the blood of Jesus and what it does and what it has done for us. Like, I'm telling you, like, I think personally the entire reformed, quote-unquote, reformed movement. I'm not talking about the Protestant Reformation. I'm talking about the Reformed movement, which is Calvin and all those guys. They like to claim Luther as well, but it came after Luther. All of these people, they were the replacement for the true Reformation, and I think it started from Jesuits. Because the Jesuits became powerful how? Through the Council of Trent. They created their thing in like 1521 or something, but by the Council of Trent, I think it was like 1540, they started something called, the Vatican started something called the Counter-Reformation. And the Jesuits were perfect fits because they acted like intelligence agents. You couldn't fight this war against the Protestants and the Ottomans at the same time on a field. You can't hold those two borders, just like Hitler and Germany, right? So what they did, they tried to unite people against the Ottomans on one side, and they subverted the Huguenots of France and instead put in Jean Calvin's Reformed so that France wouldn't blow up. That's my guess. And they replaced it. Because if you look into Calvin, when he went to school in University of Paris immediately after Ignatius Loyola, the Jesuits, finished at University of Paris. There's a lot of parallels here where it could make sense that this was how they countered the true Reformation. By calling it Reformed, right? Calling it what they were, taking the name for themselves, right? Makes perfect, like we were just talking about. And then inserting it with a bunch of Gnostic garbage. Trying to reaffirm St. Augustine of Hippo, who was, in my opinion, an idiot, and a lying idiot. And trying to refer him as like the church father, even though he came around like 300, 400 AD with his Manichaeism. End of the world stuff? Nah, end of the world stuff, it's not necessarily the end of the world. I don't think this is a sign and wonder of the end of the world. I think the falling away is, though. I think it's really important, man. Like, even if you're not religious and stuff like that, we have an order in the Vatican Church, right, that subverts people, nations, ideologies, right? They are linked to child abuse everywhere around the world. This shouldn't be a, this shouldn't be a political issue. This should be like, what the heck is going on here? Why are they everywhere in every political strife? Here, I'll read another one. I've read this before on another stream, but just for you guys wondering about this. Abraham Lincoln, after the war, shortly before he was shot and killed. All right, quote, "This war would have never been possible," talking about the Civil War, "without the sinister influence of the Jesuits. We owe it to popery that we now see our land reddened with the blood of her noblest sons. Though there were great differences of opinion between the South and the North on the question of slavery, neither Jefferson Davis nor any one of the leading men of the Confederacy would have dared to attack the North, had they not relied on the promises of the Jesuits that, under the mask of democracy, under the mask of democracy, this was 1864 written, the money and the arms of the Roman Catholic, even the arms of France, were at their disposal if they would attack us." So saying they had the backing, they were lied to about having backing of the Roman Catholic Church to fight the North. Reading on, "I pity the priests, the bishops, and the monks of Rome in the United States when the people realize that they are in great part responsible for the tears and the blood shed in this war. The later, the more terrible will the retribution be. I conceal what I know on that subject from the knowledge of the nation, for if the people knew the whole truth, this war would turn into a religious war, and it would, at once, take a tenfold more savage and bloody character. It would become merciless as all religious wars are. It would become a war of extermination on both sides. The Protestants of both the North and the South would surely unite to exterminate the priests and the Jesuits if they could hear what Professor Morse has said to me of the plots made in the very city of Rome to destroy this republic And if they could learn how the priests, the nuns, and the monks, which daily land on our shores, under the pretext of preaching their religion, instructing the people in their schools, taking care of the sick in the hospitals, are nothing else but the emissaries of the Pope, of Napoleon, and the other despots of Europe, or despots, sorry, to undermine our institutions, alienate the hearts of our people from our Constitution and our laws, destroy our schools, and prepare a reign of anarchy here as they have done in Ireland, in Mexico, in Spain, and wherever there are any people who want to be free, etc. Unquote. That was Abraham Lincoln on June 8th, 1864, and he was killed. I forget which day it was. I'm Canadian, okay? He was killed less than a year later, April 15th, 1865. I don't know, Ozzy. I think people are actually more chatty about this than anyone, or than any other topic. You seem to be the only one against it. It's okay. You don't have to like all the conversations here. If you're saved, you don't want to live like a devil, and if you do, without repentance, God will take your life prematurely, but save your soul. Yeah, but it can be too black and white, all right? I think... it's not that I disagree with you, it's just that most people don't wake up, like, including non-Christians, of course. Like, we don't wake up saying, I'm choose to be evil today. What people do is that they have come to believe that their way works better. And they then equate what they think works better with what is right, what is good, what is just. And often, when confronted with conflicting information, they then have to make a choice, either concede to the conflicting information that may prove them wrong, or undergo cognitive bias. Once cognitive bias starts, it's hard to stop, and that's when you get cult-like activity. And that can be like in anything, like not just religion, not right. So like, just bear in mind, like most of these people that, yeah, we can boil it down that, but we also have to understand that these people think that they're also saving the world, you know, on their own, which we know that they're wrong, but we have to understand where they're coming from. So I'm just going to take a little bit of a break because I've been here for a good 3-4 hours, but the show is still on. Pretty calm here today. We got some flow, but it's slow flow. I mean, there's still probably a bit of pressure, a little bit violent still in the chambers, but for the most part, it's quite calm compared to yesterday. Nice show. Yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Friendly reminder, you're allowed to speak about whatever you like in the chat. Totally fine, just please keep it respectful and, you know, realize we all have different opinions. Awesome, awesome chat. Okay, I gotta say, the old JFK. Someone believes Monroe was killed because of her affair with JFK, but I haven't really thought about who may have killed her. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, definitely dig into this info, because you know my understanding could be scratchy. I would like to be corrected if I'm wrong. I want to know the truth. Why was Marilyn Monroe more of a security risk than the other girls JFK was hanging with? I don't know about that. I gotta be honest with you. You guys seem to know a lot more about the connection with Marilyn Monroe and JFK than I do. Could she have been a honeypot? I mean, that's not out of the realm of possibility. She was famous. I mean, she was good looking, but I mean, there's other girls out there. Why was she like the quintessential? Yeah, I wonder if she was like an early like MK. All right, so this is what I recommend with JFK. What I've seen, you have the speech he made. It's entitled "Jesuit Ivy." You're not going to hear it anywhere. It's taken off everywhere. But if you look for it, you will find that speech where he's addressing, I think it's Boston College, which is a Jesuit school. If it's not Boston College, it's one of the others. Anyways, he has an honorary diploma from Boston College. His brothers went to there, so a lot of them were Jesuit trained. Okay, but he makes a speech about Jesuit Ivy, and it refers a lot to, you know, there is something upon the horizon for them where they need to make a choice whether they are here for the country, if they're here to help the country, you know, what they can do with the power that has arisen. That was what that speech was about. And then you have the speech where he talks about secret societies and that a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy, I believe is what he said, by subversion instead of free choice, things like that. And then after that speech, one of his last speech was another address to Boston College, which he basically reiterates what he said in the Jesuit Ivy speech. It is vague. Someone yells out at a part where it's not so vague, and I don't know much about that. Maybe some of you guys can tell me about it. To me, it looks like they thought they had him in the bag because he was, you know, he wasn't the perfect guy. And he just said, you know what? No, this is sick. Either this was the performance of a lifetime, or I mean, like since the beginning of time, or like it's the beginning of plays, of drama and all that stuff, or this is what happens to people who truly cross the Jesuits. Not Voltaire, not Adam Weishaupt, who get to go on and live and flourish and their name ever be known again. You know what I mean? They get erased, like JFK. James Cassidy, good to see you, my friend. Until next time. And yeah, people are mentioning this is a great chat, and I agree. Thank you very much for everybody contributing. It's we can't just talk about volcanoes all day, can we? It's a really great chat. I think we're all learning a lot. And since we're kind of still ducking around status quo, and we're talking about, or like status quo on the volcano, and we're talking about JFK, I got my favorite of all time with JFK. He's the only Democrat I like. I'm sorry to, you know what? I don't like any Republicans either. This is the last president that I can respect. Maybe a year of Reagan, but I don't even know about that either. Okay, just give me a second. Just trying to find a specific one, maybe one that like gives a little bit of video help with it. It's such a funny call.
Budget.
Okay, let me see if I get one because it's a little bit rough. Okay, so I won't show the second one. Let's see. Calls about. There's 2 calls, and I want to make sure that I get them in the right order. Hold on a second. Okay, perfect. This one will do. This one will do. Hold on. Don't worry. I'll get rid of that real soon. Okay. I think they got both of them in this one, so.
Last words they had to me yesterday after my talk to Pierre was to keep the photographers out of there and fight them out of there. Okay. They went ahead on their own. The funny part about this is that it's a sidelight, which might lighten your day, is that the Army, you know, when we saved from this sort of thing out, Walter Reed, when they saw this yesterday, they're unhappy if you please. Well, so that's why the goddamn service, they ought to cut them $1 billion. That's right, exactly. When you think of what the waste goes on. It is, absolute nonsense. Imagine what they do if you didn't just stay on their ass. They're going to order 3 planes instead of 1. Precisely. They're going to do all these. I mean, that's the way these guys spend money. Absolutely. They're shocked if we don't. Now, the only thing is...
They're shocked if we don't.
I'd like to send that furniture back. Have they paid for it? I'll find out. Just on my own. I don't care. We don't want a store, but I just like to send that goddamn furniture back.
This is the first call. Just bear with it.
$2,000. When I asked him, where did the $5,000 go? Well, the things they told me, I said, well, couldn't have possibly spent $5,000 on that. They've lied about it. Now I've gone back to them this morning and said, get the facts. I'm sick of it. Let's find out. Yeah. Telling the president of the White House the wrong facts. Let's get the facts to begin with. Let's find out how much they spent on this thing. Let's find out what they spent, where the money came from. Also, where the bills have been paid, because a lot of this stuff we just ship right back today. Right. I'd love to send it right back to George Marshall, an Air Force truck this afternoon with that captain on it. Now, what about transferring his ass out of here in about a month?
I'll give you a rundown on this.
For incompetence, not for screwing us. Exactly. Well, that silly fellow who had his picture taken next to the bed, I'd have him go up to Alaska, too. But Pierre will be talking to you about that. Right.
Okay. Okay, so I'll give you a quick rundown before you get the best call of this situation. So what was happening was Jackie was pregnant and about to have kids, right? And they're out to some family gathering or something in the middle of nowhere, and there's no real hospital there except for I think it was an Air Force base, Naval or Air Force. I'm not sure. Whichever it is, there was barracks there, and they decided that would be the place. If it happened, that they would go. They would send Jackie there, and they'd have the delivery there, right? So one of the guys, this captain that he's mentioning, this silly guy, right? He apparently spends the equivalent of what is now like around $45,000 on a bed and a chair from Jordan Marsh. I guess it's a furniture store down there. And this is during a time when JFK is trying to scale down a budget for, I think, the Navy or something like that. And just the optics of this story getting out would have been terrible. So he's worried about that, and it does get out onto the Washington Post. Not only does this story of what was $5,000, but it's more like $45,000 now, was being spent on this. You have this guy, this captain who made the decision, not only making the decision, not only letting the press in after being told no, but he's there standing next to the bed, the empty bed, and the couches. I think he has his thumbs up and a big smile. Like this, it was an optical disaster. The guy's a moron. There was a reason why he was told. So they're having the discussion about that, of how to send this furniture back. Like, it's not only, it wasn't just the optics, but the fact that they're spending this kind of money. He was like, what's going on? They're shocked if you don't spend that kind of money, right? And how to send this furniture back before he gets in trouble. Yeah, so let me get you that call where he rips a new one into this guy. It is al dente.
Yes, sir. That Air Force has caused itself more grief for that silly bandit. Did you see the Post this morning? Yes, sir. See that fella's picture by the bed? Yes, sir. And you see that furniture they bought from Jordan Marsh? What the hell do they let the reporters in there for? Are they crazy up there? Now you know what's going to do. Any congressman's going to get up and say, Christ, if they can throw $5,000 away on this, let's cut them another $1 billion. You just sank the Air Force budget. You're crazy up there. Are they crazy? That silly bastard with his picture next to the bed? Appalled. Well, I'm appalled, too. Now, the thing of the matter is, I'm going to get that furniture. I just told Sylvester to talk to him. I want to find out who paid for that furniture, because I want it to go back to Jordan Marsh's. All right, sir. Then I want that fella's incompetent who had his picture taken next to Mrs. Kennedy's bed, if that's what it is. I mean, he's a silly bastard. I wouldn't have him running a cat house. And that Colonel Carlson let in Larry Newman and those reporters. Is he crazy, too? Christ, they're not all incompetent. Is that the way they're throwing money around over there? You better look into it, and especially when you told me that they hadn't spent a cent. Well, sir, this is obviously... Well, this is obviously a fuck-up. Okay. Right.
Slams the phone down on him. Beautiful. It's one of my favorite calls of all time. Send that back down to Jordan Marsh. Jordan Marsh. So yeah, that was JFK about furniture. It is one of my favorite stories of all time. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, a little bit up. Let's take a look. I remember about an hour ago we were seeing a lot more flow coming down here. Looks like this is kind of holding on its own, shooting upwards, maybe a little bit of a seal, except for this little bit coming here. And when I say little bit, it's quite a lot of lava flowing out of it, but compared to what it could be. Let's see what we have as an update. We have 18 kilometers of roads destroyed, so that'll give you an idea of how big this place is. So now the extension is up to 2.37 kilometers. I think it was 231 before. So there is a small amount of advance somewhere. 514 homes destroyed. And going back to the multicam here, it's interesting how well you can see the eruption on the top night cam today. Normally I don't keep it on because it's not really showing much. There's too much smoke in the way, but yeah, I don't need that one up. This one I'll do. It's on HD. All right. So welcome all those coming in. Where did I find that? I was researching JFK couple weeks ago for that Married to Babylon video that I made, and I just found that. I don't know. It's pretty, like, if you look up JFK, it's like one of the first things that you get. It's so amazing. I don't think it showed the picture in that video, but just look up the, say, JFK Jordan Marsh Washington Post article, and you should find the image of it. And the dude, he's right, okay? Listen, I know that he was swearing and stuff like that, but the guy, he looks so bad. It looks, when you understand the context of where he was coming from, and so many angles of why you shouldn't do that. And here he is, like, he's laughing almost, and I'm pretty sure he's got his thumb up. It's so bad. Oh, I apologize, Oracle. I missed your link. I'm gonna take a look at that. Okay, so those cracks, apparently they show up on Google Earth. Okay, so oh, it does look like it too, doesn't it? No, well, I don't know, but it's a good pick, man. Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to pause and get a better look. So, the video, someone is claiming that the video of the cracks on the ground, that it could be fake, that it is actually a Google Street View of, oh, my apologies, Santa Cruz de Tenerife, my bad, same place, but they're saying that it was, they are claiming that those cracks were there beforehand. Now I'm trying to get, I'm just gonna post it again because I know that there's been a little bit of chat to cover it up. I almost missed it myself, so we'll just post this and you can see for yourself whether or not it is the same place. I think I see some differences. I mean, like, it is the same sign, right? But I'm not 100% sure. Let me know what you guys think. Because if we can confirm that that was false, then I will certainly not be showing that again as any evidence. I was just reporting that someone was saying that cracks were forming. That video is this, the one in question. This here. I'll just play it once. So you can get a sign for it there, I guess. But they're saying that those cracks have been in there before. But I don't know if it's, well, you have the plume. The reason why it's dusty and stuff and it looks different than like the actual street would probably be because of the plume settling on stuff. But yeah, check it out for yourself, make your own conclusions and points, and please, if you have any information, share it with the chat. There's more of the history lesson than the end of the world, yeah. Yeah. And we were also laughing at JFK, flipping out about furniture. He was right. He was right. But, it was really funny nonetheless. Drone footage from today. I was trying to find some. Not all of it is from today, is it? I don't think. Still cool footage, and it's definitely from this place, so. Drone footage captures the aftermath of a volcanic eruption on La Palma in the Canary Islands of Spain on Saturday, so yesterday's stuff. I'm going to download and show it. And a reminder, if oops, sorry guys. If you have anything you'd like to share, please just let us know with links and stuff. I got to get you a wrench so that you can drop it. Just a quick notice of those with wrenches right now. I mean, don't be surprised if it doesn't show after a while, like if you don't have a wrench after a while, because like I do have to do cleanups and stuff. I only give them around for links and stuff. So if you want to contribute any information, just let us know. Put Avidon in your comments so I don't miss it, because sometimes if it goes a little bit too fast, I'm really bad at catching it. I can give you mod and then or just like the wrench, so you can put in a link. This would have been I'll just take highlights. Just take me a second to get rid of the sound as well. Dang, people putting music over this. In for them clicks. Sorry for those who will hear it shortly. Should be off now. Sorry about that. Footage is cool though. I think this was a little older, but I could be wrong. But it is interesting footage. Yeah, I remember seeing this. Look how fast it, like, look at that. Now imagine if that was like, you know, a chamber of magma and a whole bunch of water going in. See the steam? If it has nowhere to go, it creates pressure. Maybe that was another one, because I remember seeing one that was a lot crazier. Yeah, like that. See, imagine if that had nowhere to go. Looks like we've lost a cam. Yep. We can, since we have the time here now, it's kind of cool to take a look at this. You can see that this was really going today, wasn't it? That side vent, the one that we're used to in the forefront, that looked huge. If they got any highlight shots on this one, I wonder? Usually this guy stays pretty stagnant where he goes. There's a view from about 2 hours ago. So as you can see, we're pretty, you know, staying pretty status quo. There's not much difference. The top left one is from a couple hours ago. The bottom two are live, or the other three are. In fact, looks like it's quelling a little bit for the time being. I don't think we have new earthquakes, do we? So this one has shut off. I am gonna see if I can find a new one for you. Just a second, and I'll remove that other one too. I think we can get rid of the night cam and give you bigger shots on those. While we're waiting for new coverage, I got some more highlights. This is the shockwave. I think I have the audio off on that one. And that was yesterday morning. Boom. Very cool to see. This is the lava flow from 2 days ago. Well, the morning after 2 days ago. And that's coming from the vent that you see up in the top. The side vent there that's flowing. This is where it's flowing. You can even see it there now where it is. And what else do I got for you? Okay, this is the aerial view. Just make that a little bigger for the time being. Put that up. This is the inside. This is the other side. We're looking at the cone that's up on top of that video from the other angle, or from the opposite angle. But this is inside. You can see how this is just collapsed. It's just, there's nothing left to it. And this was before the past few blasts too. Yesterday, midday. So it's probably looking even worse at this point. I think with JFK and RFK, I think that they were rogue. I think that they started to realize that they were advancing something bigger than them, and they caught on to it. And while they're not perfect people, they didn't want to be involved in that. That's my guess. Hustle and flow, Bushwick Bear. Hey man, listen, I'm not trying to bash the guy. I just, you know, I've seen it before. And it could be the case now, but there's no reason to, like, you know, go over there and call him a shill or something. You know? It's not about that. Just be careful on automatically trusting someone, including me, of course. I got my own crazy ways. Yeah, lava is constant. You know, it's not. It's a good show. It is a bit violent, to be honest, with the plume and the pyroclast, but it's a lot of smoke there. Black smoke. So we'll see what happens here now. Black smoke is usually a sign of a little bit of reshifting down below. We don't know where it comes from necessarily. It tends to come from this area though every time, and it usually is a precursor to things getting a bit crazy. Yeah, maybe. Here we go. I'm gonna go check for new cams. If you have any new cams, you can throw them down below as well, or just let me know. Yeah, we'll take a look at that in 1 second. As soon as I got maybe hopefully a third cam in here. It seems like, you know, you have the TV Canarius one. There's like two different angles, and then one of them is copying off that, so like I don't necessarily want to double on there. Okay, I might have a new slate of cams. I'm not 100% sure yet. No, it looks like we are up to date. If I am wrong though, please let me know. If you got a live cam that you'd like added, I could do so. Try this one. Okay, I see you there. Be kind. I'll just be one moment. Okay. Remember, I am a boomer. Oh, I think that is actually the one that you just gave me there is the same one as I have on the right. It is actually the exact same feed. Okay, I see that one, and I think that is a new one. Please stand by for a quick reset, just takes a second. Just be one moment. Okay, that's as low as it goes for the third one. This is from those cameras. It's not something in my background. I feel like it disconnects at the exact time it gets good for me. But we are back. This is from the volcano. Seeming to get sounding a little less crazy with each one. Maybe not. This is what? This gas is hissing out of a vent somewhere, maybe? Like a whistle? Black smoke everywhere. Not even necessarily being shot up, just rising from it. This bottom right pic, I got that from Twitter. At the moment, it's gone pretty crazy. So, give me a second. I'll just do this once and I'll fix it all back up, guys. Basically on the middle of the island there, like lower ground, and you can see that lava flow from the top. That is, if you look at the top right now, that is where it's coming from. This is not live. This is from yesterday morning after the most viscous river was flowing. So I'll just place that there, get everything back in order. multicam is awesome. Enjoy. So yeah, apparently the camera with the dogs went down earlier, so we don't have to listen to the dogs today. Massive shoots seeming to coincide with those sounds, but it seems like it is after. I don't know. And that would indicate, because if it was at the same time as the eruption, we would see the eruption before we heard that. there's a lot of power to be had in uncertainty. There's like, they even talk about how to control masses and stuff. Like, if you try and make something a tie in somebody's mind, it could, like, you know, instead of a win or lose, but like a tie, it leaves them with a fear, or it leaves them with a sense of uncertainty that will make them act irrationally. They play on that a lot. Well, like, as for a world government path or something, I mean, there's a reason why they're all saying build back better. They're all saying it. Every leader that can speak English is building back better. So, like, I think it's a little bit more natural, like, bearing that uncertainty principle in mind, they then just allow people to go naturally crazy through their own other ways of manipulation and things like that, with the starting principle of uncertainty. Let the cards fall where they may, and the answer to anything that happens really is just that we need more control, we need more security, we need to be more safe. Government's here to help with that. I think it's like they allow that natural looking thing. They want it to be as natural looking as possible, that it's an actual true response and not just them manipulating things. Taz just popped in to say, by the way, welcome back, Taz. Good to see you. Spoke to a friend today who is friends who work at petrol stations here in the UK. He said that the staff were told to turn off the pumps and only run one pump, so it's orchestrated. Maybe, yeah, maybe it could be like starting a ration without saying it's a ration. I know that like a lot of food crops, like people were paid to not harvest food crops. Or at least that's what the reports are. Once there's a peace deal between Israel and Palestine, they will ride that wave to install a world government, run out of Jerusalem. It's time. It's a plan from a long time ago. Yeah, ecumenism. The biggest problem, the only reason why we haven't had ecumenism yet is because there's still, in my opinion, there's still Protestants calling Catholics child molesters. As they are, sorry, Catholic leadership. I'm not talking about parishioners, you know what I mean? It's a big difference. There are still Protestants. They don't trust the Pope. It's always, you know, the Pope meeting these people, right? Like, the Pope doesn't speak for me. The Pope thinks he speaks for me. And they're trying to play that game, but Protestants don't play it. And that's why they need to go after Protestant nations. I mean, well, World War II was after Germany, right? It's a Protestant nation. Well, the priests are perverted by evil doctrine, essentially. Traditions of men and rationalization of crime. So, it isn't as slanted as it was before. It's more straight up again. Looks like we're now in another period where that front vent is being covered up. My guess by the pyroclast is starting to slip into it. We'll probably see that come back again. I mean, actually, these shots are showing something a little different. This may be a little bit behind or ahead, I'm not sure. Can't quite tell the delays after a while. But look, something is kind of closed up here, and now it's open here. For a second, just because this is quite interesting what's going on in the front vent. When you look at that aerial footage, this one here, look, that cone has collapsed already, okay? It's sinking down further and further and destroying more in its path. See? But could the whole thing go? I mean, I don't know. We're not really seeing like big shakes that would indicate that, you know. More earthquake shaking stuff to sustain that kind of damage. It's belching out gas, and it is violent, yes. But I wouldn't be freaking out just yet. It's just ripping more holes into the same cone. Rivers. Let's see if well, I had it downloaded, right? So I don't have the link for it offhand. Just give me a moment to see if I can find it. tag people, you press the ampersand, or no, that's not an ampersand, the @ button, I forget what that's called. And you just start typing the name of who you want. It'll usually predict it for you, and you click on it, so it'll tag. I think if you just type in Avidan too, it'll just go straight to me. I'm not sure if you need to put in the @ but like for big names, it's good to do @ so it'll like save for my flesh where it's a long one. You don't have to type the whole thing out. Yeah, there's always videos of like military stuff being transferred and stuff, and everybody's like, "Oh, they're moving, man." I'm not saying it's not happening, because like also like you had the China report or whatever it's called, where Canada was about to have start training for cold weather temperatures and air pilots and stuff like that. That was through the CCP, through the Trudeau government. Yeah, that footage is crazy. Oh yeah, they don't. It doesn't work for phones. It's interesting. Like all big tech seems, it's like they need you on a phone and unable to communicate with each other properly. Ironically. No, where I live, I'm in Canada, but I'm not in a place where you get the Northern Lights. I've never seen them. I'd like to. Always remember, these people will tell you 99 truths just to get away, or some people will get away with 99 truths just to get away with one lie. Yeah, it's true. For those just coming in, welcome. We are currently the bottom center, and the top two are live. We're currently looking at a pretty explosive stage of the eruption at the moment. It is kind of violent. We've seen worse, but one thing that's really interesting to note is how much black smoke there is, and we're actually getting some really interesting noises that we haven't been getting from the last ones. They're starting to subside a little bit. I'll shut up if they show again. There was one just then, but it's not as loud as what we're used to now. And then on the bottom corners, we have just some highlights. Like we have that river of lava that was from this morning or yesterday morning, and we have a shock wave also from that around that time. So those are the noises that I was talking about there. They tend to come in groups, so I'm going to shut up there now and let you listen to them. Could be wrong, but I think the Spanish Inquisition was up north, but I'm wrong on that. I could be wrong on it. Actually, you might be right. Yeah, I think what's happening is you have the sound of gases coming through some of the vents underneath. Though the way it like echoes, it might be coming straight from like out of the cone. Okay, we're now reaching basically peak heights. Probably thinking the top of that, the bottom center one, as that reaches the top, you're looking at probably about a high hundreds, if not 1,000 feet. Intensely massive pyroclastic injections coming out, or ejections coming out of it. Like usually they're not that big, but you can see some of them up at the top. They're just extremely big. They're usually about the size of a car, the average size of one. But some of them rising out is insane. No, I think all of the videos I have here now that are like replays, they're all muted. Yep, they're all muted. Thanks for asking though, because I would do that. Yeah, I don't think at any point has this sound been heard over the past few days. This is new. Well, the first couple days, as per height, I mean, like, because the mountain was much higher at that point, and the pressure was like really pushing it up. It might have been taller on like the first, third, maybe fourth days, but the volume and height is unparalleled at this point in I think. Over the past 2 days, this is just as crazy as yesterday. Maybe not as like with the spouts. The spouts were really cool looking yesterday comparatively, but this is probably the most lava coming out at once. Nick and Taz, good to see you, and until next time. Have a good day, guys. For those that are stepping out of the chat, we are definitely still here, of course. I will be taking a couple minute break though, so keep it cool and chat. Okay, so I just got that tweet that you sent there. At Endgame World WW3 says, update La Palma, lava expected to flow into the ocean in the next few hours. Don't panic while I read this. I have my suspicions, so just hold your thoughts for a moment. People in the area are being told to stay in their houses because of toxic gas released. So they've been told of toxic gas release for the past few days. We've heard that actually from the bear guy, homemade bear or whatever he's called. So that part isn't necessarily new. Which toxic gas are they talking about? They don't specify in this tweet. And there's no link or anything like that. It's just a guy in Game 1 World War 3. So, you know what, maybe what we'll do, let's take a look at I find it a little bit suspicious. It's nothing on the person that sent it in, whomever it was. It's totally fine. A second. Wait, blink for a sec. Should be good now. So yeah, hold your horses there, guys. I don't have a lot of, I don't place a lot of stock in this, but I would like to go through why I don't think it's that trustworthy. You're okay, right? This isn't really blocking anything. Okay, let's get to it. Oh, just 1 second. So yeah, this is from Endgame World War 3, and I mean, like, listen, I don't know. This could be anybody, right? And it's also sensationalist, right down to the colors of his display picture. Now I know that sounds a little picky, but, you know, we don't have any link on this. We don't have any, you know. Quote tweets. It's just a small thing. We know if you have some data or something, please send it in. Because this could be happening, but from what I'm seeing, this lava is not flowing as fast as it did a couple days ago. I don't think it's reaching the extent that it will, or that it did back then, and it didn't reach the water. I don't know where this is coming from. Like there's a constant talk about the lava is about to hit the water. Now, I even thought that it would have extended that far, especially a couple days ago with that viscous lava flow. We're not seeing that today. I'm not sure how that lava is, because it would have stopped. It would have slowed very, came to a quick halt. I can't see it reaching the rest of that stretch into the ocean. I could be wrong, but this isn't really telling me anything. I also kind of want to see how this gets propagated, you know? So we got someone here, Spanky C30333 maybe, I don't know. And you know, the classic upside down, bruised and battered flag. Crazy, the whole Earth is waking up right now. This whole Great Awakening. James Maple Catholic says, "You got it." Not really, but okay. Yeah, that's me. Staying in the house will protect from gas. I mean, listen, a lot of this is fear porn. It's fear porn. These are the same display pictures you get everywhere. Honey badgers. Honey badgers is known to escape everything, right? So it's that mystery in itself. They always push this things they call the COVID, the honey badger virus, something. You know, you got the Q helmet, you know, going on there, upside down flag. Listen, I'm not trying to bash it, This seems highly suspicious to me. But I do want to know whether that's true or not. I don't think it is. We do have we'll let this awesome sound phase pass before I just go back into the next little bit. So the noises, my best guess is that you have trapped gases that it's finding its way out. These gases could be flammable because like this thing's blowing up and the surges seem to coincide with the sounds. Nah, it's not a jet. Kind of sounds like one if you were to, yeah, you almost got like the Doppler effect going on. There might be a Doppler effect of some sort that's causing it to sound so weird, but I doubt it because it's coming from a stationary place. I almost think. What do you think, guys? Does it sound like cars driving by the camera? I don't know, man. These cameras have been around for the whole night in the same place. And it hasn't been doing that all the time. I've had the sound on the whole time. What if it is the bottom one? Let's see. Because I think the bottom one is the new one. Was it the car? Was it cars? I don't know. It comes and goes. The volume's different. But it very well, because it's, see? That's the one. And it's the new one that I put in. So there's an oversight. I'm not convinced it's a car, but it is it's a good get because you can hear like a Doppler effect, right? But it's only on that camera. And we've never heard this sound before. I don't know why it would just start now. Right? I mean, we've seen gas go crazy. We're all like, oh man, it's speaking to us, man. Well, the new video is like zoomed in closer, but that's not a car. That's not a car. That's not a car, is it? Or multiple cars? No way. Okay, so I'll mute the other two. Make sure I don't have it on anywhere else. So this is just the one place. The other two don't really make much sound. It's just this one. But to be honest with you, you can't hear much other than rumble here. I don't have the full URL for this one. I can give you like the encode that I use here. I don't think that's cars, man. And I don't think it's waves. Waves are more constant. I live by the ocean, and it's just like, I was hearing like lava waves when it was hitting off the top a few days ago. Those were waves. Like the stuff we hear in the background, that's not high pitch. That's very wave-ish. I think someone removed the like. Because they're like, these idiots just been listening to cars all day. They hate his gases. But I don't think it is, man. Maybe it's not coming from this. There was a little bit of a cut on the website for a second, but it should be good. Like all of them at once just froze. I think it was the website. There's a highway, and a couple, like, yeah, a lot of them do definitely sound like cars going by. I'm certainly not discounting that. It was a really good suggestion, but there's a few where you're just like, too different. It's like sometimes it sounds perfectly like a Doppler effect. Like that sounds like, you know what I mean? It sounds just like a car, absolutely. But there's other ones where you're like, there is no way that's a car. At least in my opinion. You guys, let's hash it out, but I'm pretty sure what we're listening to are gases. Top right is insane. Yeah, unidentified audio object. Absolutely. Whoever guessed cars is not, like, even if it is not cars, which I truly think it isn't, I still 100% see why you'd go with that. I don't know if it's like the Earth is groaning, though. We do have HARP technology. Right? A lot of this stuff could be, well, I mean, if you can have as evil as, like, pedophiles running the largest church, right? I think things can be, evil things can happen in many different ways. I'm not saying that this volcano is being controlled by the elite or anything like that, but if we're like looking at the whole thing, like, I'd say someone who wants to push a point probably also has the ability to conjure their own points for themselves. Let's put it that way. I think CERN is like anti-gravity and stuff like that, isn't it? HARP is HARP is where they have some very interesting abilities to which we may or may not know. Might have something to do with the Space Force. The Great Awakening, I'm a big proponent that the Great Awakening is a false awakening. I think, well, there's been 4 Great Awakenings so far. This will be the 5th. They all seem pretty parallel to each other. Might as well have tents in New York like before. Got a new update? Okay. Hey, it's Anton LaVey. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking, guys. That's just a little joke.
Hello, my dear.
OBS is like playing games with me. It's like I'm trying to switch a window to that video, and they're like, nope, that video doesn't, nope, that window doesn't exist. What window? So I gotta make it. Anton LeVay checking in. I'm just playing.
Viewers, this is Bushcraft Bear speaking to you live from the Canary Islands, La Palma. It's nearly a week ago that this volcano behind me erupted. Down there you can see the city lights from Los Llanos. Today we will talk about the landslide close to Tazacorte. I have some very interesting news for you, so please give me a minute. I have to drink some water and you can have a look at the volcano. Okay, let's start quickly with the important and very sad news. The main lava stream started to move again and the church of Todoke collapsed. This is very, very sad for the people. And now the lava stream is getting closer and closer to the Atlantic Ocean. In the middle of the screen you can see the orange glowing lava stream, which is not far away from the coast. I'm turning the camera to the right side. There you can see a light in the middle of the screen. This is a ship in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Here on the left we have the coast. This is the city of Tazacorte. I'm going up a little bit and then you can see again the lava stream glowing in orange and some blue lights, maybe from the police. I'm zooming out and there you can see the city of Los Llanos on the left. In the middle the volcano and there the lava stream. The good news are that the people from Tagande, El Paso, were allowed to go back to their houses. Let's talk about the landslide. I didn't recognize it and I didn't know what you mean when you wrote down in the comments, did you hear about the landslide? Did you see something? Did you hear about it? Can you confirm it? And I didn't recognize it because it was such a small landslide that happens often here. And I saw 2 landslides like this before, weeks before, a month before. The coast over there is very, very steep, so it's normal that sometimes some stones fall down and they hit other stones, so it's very, you can see a lot of dust and everything. And this is because I hike sometimes here down to the beach, and at this time I was hiking back up and I saw this landslide there on this coast. Here you can see me hiking down to the beach of Tazacorte. This was recorded on 12th of July this year, so this summer. Later on in the evening I hiked back up the hill, and now in the middle of this screen you can see the landslide I filmed on that day. For me that was nothing unusual, something normal, because the cliff there, the coast, is very steep and sometimes it can happen that you can experience a landslide like that. So in my opinion, nothing unusual. So but please make your own opinion about that. I will read to you what they wrote down in the news. Landslides. The coastal zone of the area affected by the volcano continues to register situations that are so-called stress. That stress is causing landslides. As happened a few minutes after noon this Sunday on the cliff of Playa Nuevo next to the city of Tazacorte. These are landslides related to the pressure the area is suffering and the countless seismic movements days and weeks ago. In fact, the National Geographic Institute has not registered any major earthquakes in this area in the past few hours. So these landslides may be due to the influence of many earlier days. Today the director of Involcan, the Institute for the Volcanoes here on the Canary Islands, had a very important message for the people abroad. Director Miguel Angel Morguende is sending a message to the people in other parts of the world. The life on La Palma is safe. In view of the calls abroad, it is emphasized that life on La Palma continues normally, and that's what I can see here. in the northwest or on the other side of the island, life is very normal. Like I said, the streets are open, restaurants, shops are open, people are walking around, hiking. At this evening there were some people here looking at the volcano. There's no panicking.
I'm sorry, but I'm getting a fiery but mostly peaceful vibe.
People go on with their normal life. We live in a normal lifestyle with additional problems in the communities suffering the outbreak. The situation is under control.
It's an outbreak. What? It sounds like a pretty vague term nowadays, doesn't it?
With the additional problems that it is an eruption that goes through inhabited areas, which make the phenomenon more serious and dangerous. So that's the main problem here. We have a volcano erupted, but the problem is that there are many houses close to the volcano. Alright, my dear viewers, that's all for now. I will be here back tomorrow afternoon. Thank you very much for your support. I wish everybody, especially here on this island, the very, very best. And we'll see us in the next video. Take care. Goodbye.
That is our boy, Mr. LeVay. I'm just kidding. Okay, that's out. We'll stop. Bushcraft beer. Yep, pretty good information when he's talking about the landslides, for sure. A little bit weird how, like, at one point he's like, the lava is going next to the ocean, and then he's like, oh, everything is perfectly fine here. So, I'd say probably in tandem with the other video that we saw today, yeah, we're probably looking at, you know, maybe a guy who's, like, found himself in the middle of this, he's got a channel, and now it's like, maybe, I don't know, YouTube got a hold of him, said, listen, you better not be pushing that bad info, that misinfo, we take you down. That's probably what's going on. And he mentioned how, like, there's international concern or whatever, so likely he's probably just reading out how the news is trying to respond to international concern. A lot of politics involved. Jeez, that place got complicated, didn't it? Real quick, that channel. Yeah, like, exact. Okay, so, yes, he has concern in his voice. Yep, and he doesn't sound too convinced about what he's saying by the sound of his voice. Yeah, it's like, everything's okay. Everything's okay. And it's fear-mongering to say otherwise. You can't share my videos. You can't re-upload my videos. It's like, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, like, if they know that there's a platform there, they're probably on top of that platform anyways. Beforehand. You can't spread misinformation. But, no, I mean, I don't see much wrong with the stuff that he was saying, aside from when it gets into, like, the opinion and response and stuff like that. But the actual facts that he's showing, I mean, bang on. And I, you know, again, I'm not an expert, right? But he was right about the landslides. Like, we were in agreement. I said this earlier too. Like, landslides like that coming off the coast, yeah, it's a little bit scary, especially at this time, and it's probably like a cause of an earthquake or just like destabilization. But it's not like the end of the world like some people were trying to make it out to be this morning on like the forums that I was looking at. I saw a lot of people freaking out over it. And listen, I mean, we're looking at some pretty crazy stuff here, so it's understandable that people would look at that and be frightened too, right? But yeah, these things are a lot more natural. Sometimes it's just not as crazy as someone wants to sell it to you. But yeah, it does sound like our boys got a bit of a clamp down from the local government. Because listen, I mean, if he was going off as, you know, saying everything, and they called him a fearmonger and he didn't listen, they'd probably just take his channel down. They always do now. These are a bunch of cowards. What was the last thing I had taken down? I uploaded a video about John Paul Rice talking about child trafficking, and I got a strike for it, even though I just re-uploaded it. It wasn't copyright. The guy was like, share it in the description, but I got a strike for it because apparently, after I did an appeal, they tell me that something in the comments, something in the description section had to do with stalking or something, stalking or harassment. And I'm like, what? I just copied and pasted the video's description into mine because he had a whole bunch of other links for help and stuff like that. So I get the strike for copy and pasting exactly, like verbatim. I didn't even link to any of my stuff, nothing like that. I don't normally have head tags of my own. I don't touch that stuff. This was verbatim copy and paste what was in the other video, and I get a strike because apparently it was against community guidelines. You're just like, what? Hunger Games guy, yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about? The John Paul Rice, he's talking about Ghislaine Maxwell and that it's much bigger than a couple people. Like, I'm pretty sure I could play it right now as long as I don't show the description. However, that was probably just a pretense to get rid of it, so they'll probably find another way if I were to play it here. But just look it up. John Paul Rice, human trafficking, exposed. And if you ask me, you know that Attilian Childs Freemasonry 5 hours of garbage, like showing just the same signs over and over and over and over? My opinion is that was a swap out. They didn't, like, the John Paul Rice video was the real deal, and they needed something to replace it after they were removing it online, right? Just quickly, because, well, they couldn't do it right away, but they do it in salami slicing when it's someone like that, right? So yeah, I totally think that whole Freemasonry exposed, which never really talked about anything behind Freemasonry, it was just, hey, look at this, putting it over their eye. It's like, and who do I believe? Why, Jesus Christ, of course. And you're just like, well, that, you know, even the devil believes according to the Bible. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, just to say that to people, that's the best way to trick people, man. Yeah, and he showed like nothing at all. It's just like, hey, I got some. This is because I was on X Factor. So I think that was made to replace and tire out people. Because I mean, it was a 5 hour long video. After that, you're just like, what? Yeah, the ex-Freemason guy, Attilian Shields, and he was wearing like really dualistic stuff all over him, and like the hair over his eye. Listen, it's like the maybe the grade 1 stuff, you know. So if you don't know anything about this stuff, it, you know, might be worthwhile to watch like half of it, maybe. It could have been made in 15 minutes, okay? Like, there's no need for 5 hours, and I think there's a reason for that. It was meant to just discredit anybody into it, or tire them out, or whatever. Whatever other plans, neurolinguistic programming they probably had chunked into that. I think it was made specifically to be like a replacement expose all video that John Paul Rice did. Yeah, didn't even need a full hour, to be honest with you. If you did better video editing, if you respect, I mean, I know I'm known for having very long streams, and not everybody's going to watch it, right? But like some of the other videos that I make, you'll see that you can compress a lot of information in even just a couple minutes, right? Like I just noticed that you commented on my, one sec. That's not a car, man. Okay, so if those were cars, that would be what, like 4 cars going by at once? And like we never hear it for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes? I don't know, maybe. So, be kind always. I haven't really followed much of John Paul Rice because it's so hard to find stuff on him now. They are trying to bury him, right? Sorry, Ozzy, I missed your comment. How many monitors do I have? I just have the one right now. That's why sometimes it's a bit of a pain in the butt because I don't have like a work area. I'm going off as like a second wet road. It does definitely sound. If these are cars, it would be wet road. Don't mind me. I know I'm saying that's not a car. You're more than welcome to disagree. And I'm not so sure of my opinion either, of course. Well, it's in the same one as last night, but to be honest with you, I think this third one, I don't know if I've shown this third one before. Camera on Vivo 3, like live camera 3. I've never seen this interface either, where it's like La Palma Island, camera in Vivo 3, and then like English dates down here is what's showing. I don't know if I've ever casted this one. So, it's possible that this is in a different place we've never seen before. And remember, the sounds only started when I added this one in. It wasn't immediately, but it was after I added this one in. Is it raining there? I don't... Maybe the dust could emulate that sound? Because on this one here, you see it's sunny in 19. Well, it's clear in 19. Unless it's talking about phases of the moon, which I don't think so. Okay, let's say that he's not genuine, just for argument's sake. Doesn't mean that he doesn't believe what he's doing is genuine, right? Maybe he knows enough, because a lot of the times these people are so, like, theoretically, these people are so compartmentalized they don't even know. For all they know, they've been entrusted because they're special by important people who believe that they could help spread the news that could best reach the people. See what I'm saying? They're just theoretically. Everybody's leaving. This guy's crazy. But you know what I mean? Just think about that. Even if he isn't genuine, there could be like so don't have like hate on him personally. I'm not bringing up these things just to bash the poor bushcraft bear. He could be completely legitimate. I'm not making any statement here or there on that, you know, like, but I do have my suspicions, but it's not like for sure. Just be careful. We just always have to make sure we're not blindly trusting anyone that's online. It goes for all of us in all different directions. Yeah. So like those cracks, even if the cracks aren't from, go back. Sorry if this is making noise. Okay, we're good. But yeah, even if those cracks are from before, look at what's on there, like the pumice and stuff like that. Is it pumice? What am I saying? Like the dust that's falling. So could Could be that. Causing a sound. It's probably the other way around, maybe dampering a sound, but maybe not. Dust hitting each other as it flies up. Maybe. No, seriously, the cars driving by is a really, really good point.
El volcán desde este lado de la isla. Ceniza, muchísima ceniza. Hoy domingo en las calles de Santa Cruz de la Palma. Y bueno, prácticamente vacía la ciudad.
Okay, so you can see all the soot here. And you can hear the noise as it's going off. Like, yeah, it does make a little bit of noise, a tearing noise.
Nadie en las calles, todo cerrado. Bueno, aquí estamos, en la capital, Santa Cruz de la Palma. Una semana de erupción. Y es el primer día que se escucha el volcán desde este lado de la isla. Ceniza, muchísima ceniza.
I think if a car was going over a road, it would probably make the noise that we're hearing, right?
Y bueno, prácticamente vacía la ciudad.
Oh my goodness, how many places am I playing this? Okay. The start. Whoa. Oh yeah. Hear how scratchy that is? Yeah, good call. Wouldn't want to be breathing in anything there. Thank you to Be Kind and the Oracle for both those videos. Most appreciated. And I think that could really like you can hear even the sounds. That very likely is a car. Or it sounds very much like what we just heard, right? What do you guys think? I don't want to be misleading anybody thinking this is gases. It was just the weirdest sound. We haven't heard it before, and we're like, what's that? Well, I mean, when I was on Volcano, like on Twitter, there weren't that many people that were looking at their tweets and like liking their tweets and stuff. But this guy's like, he's got himself quite the platform now, doesn't he? 185K, 222 ups, even though there's 88 views on the thing. Let's see, let's refresh these numbers, see what happens. Okay, 17,000 views since I was given that video to watch. See, BP Earthwatch. I think I'm after talking to this guy before when I was in like the real tinfoil hat stuff a few years back. So deadly toxins occur when the lava hits the ocean, and it's funny that Bushcraft really did not mention that well enough, did he? If he's talking about lava almost hitting the coast, and then he's like, "No need to worry, everybody's fine," like. Kind of talking out of two sides of your mouth, isn't it? Yeah, as for the air quality, it's registering at the moment. Oh no, they just took it off. It was going... Okay, so decent air quality is 0 to 50 on this scale that they use, Air Quality Index, AQI. I think within the 50 to 150 range, you're looking at, you're not going to die, but you don't want to be breathing that stuff in. Once you start getting past 150 is when it starts getting, the denotation for it to be like not good at all. You don't want to be breathing this in, higher risk cancers and stuff like that. And the further it goes, it can be, kill you instantly, stuff like that. Camera on Vivo 3, or En Vivo. It's En in Spanish, isn't it? In French, it's En Vivo. No, it's En Vivo. En direct. En direct. That's what it is. Yeah, pictures. I don't know if I'll be able to get to them right away. Sorry, I'm typing one hand. You can send all pictures there. If I can't get to them right away, like usually when I start up the streams, I think I'm going to start like keeping the highlight or whatever. So yeah, again, like, I haven't gotten any warnings or anything like that for like misinformation. I don't know why it's so like important to all of these other volcano channels that fear mongering must be avoided. And even when the first day, the first live chat, there was like some random account that was like, look at the fear mongering here. It was almost like an intended pressure comment. It came off like that to me. Anyways, I'm not saying it is, and I know it sounds like paranoid to say so. It's like, why are all these places? I'm not getting any warnings or strikes for, you know what I mean? Why do these people care? They don't want people to freak out. I don't know, man. I think withholding the ability to talk about this stuff, debunk it, does a worse job. Break time for me. I'll be a couple minutes. Quick update, we are up to 514 homes destroyed, 18 kilometers of roads. There has been, you know, I've been looking at this basically the same number now for a good 2 or 3 hours. 2.38 kilometers squared of lava extension, meaning coverage over the land. And I don't think that's reflective of it going to the sea. Let's get some more information on this. just going through the pictures you sent about the church. So I'm sure there will be more. I'm just gonna, I guess, take the path of the skeptic. That this steeple is symmetrical, at least in one or more ways. It kind of does look as such, and that you might be looking at different angles. And there's a lot of smoke in both of these pictures of the church, so it could be obfuscating the view of the other building with respect to each other. That's going to be just my off-the-bat cynical view of the difference of the two. I know I don't have the images here. What did they just call it? Palma. I mean, this is very symbolic stuff. Like, I don't know why this is so important to mention, but everything else is fear-mongering. We got to be careful about fear-mongering, but a church burning down. Like, don't get me wrong, like, you know, I am a Christian, but it's just at the end of the day, it's just a building. Like, the church is the body of believers, not a building. So, like, I don't know why that has to be, like, something which can be a significant demoralizer. Why does that have to be broadcasted? But, oh, we got to be really careful about fear-mongering on everything else. That to me is sketchy. Like the way that the narrative is being spun there. I don't think we have enough information yet that shows like that house next to it and stuff. Okay, so it was called the Palma Church collapses. This was 3 hours ago. I'll get this up on screen. Hold on. Ugh. Microsoft cares about my privacy. Yeah, right. Whatever. Okay. So, all right. So right off the hop there. Okay. So you can tell once this falls that it goes down further, and this is a hill in the forefronts, sloping down from left to right. And you can see that it falls behind it, because if this was the same level as that mountain, you would see the ruins up top, but it is falling to its ruins, which is behind this mountain, number one. See? Where is it going if, you know what I mean, if it was the same height? So it's something underneath here. So when we look at that picture of the house that doesn't appear in one but in the other, this is actually in a valley, and from multiple angles it can look like the big mountains in the background. So it looks like you're looking east when maybe that picture was taken facing west in that valley. Let's see, is there anything left to it? Like, yeah. I'm gonna go with we just don't have the information yet. But when I see like this image, there's just that house could be there, even hiding behind. At least just with what I have there. Oh, what a shot that is, though, hey? Is it even real? news updates about 30 minutes ago. I'll also read these out for those who didn't click or whatnot. Palma Airport now operational again after a cleanup. Spanish volcanologist explains what will happen when the lava reaches the sea on La Palma. Okay, we can look into that. I got details here, and we'll look at that now in 1 second. Hundreds of buildings destroyed by lava flow, which now covers over 200 hectares. Villages of Tacande and Tahuya evacuated amid increased explosive activity and new vents. Ash plume now 4 kilometers high. We knew that one. New lava flow caused by cone fracture moving more quickly and more fluidly. And I believe that would be, that big chasm that you see sloping down. And it's dropping. Lava flow advancing quickly towards the coast, says the president of La Palma local government. Spain's PM to declare La Palma a catastrophe zone. So this is unfolding now. The lava looks like we got a good few sources now to see that the lava could be a big danger, and soon. Can anybody see find any footage of people focusing on the lava? It's interesting how they're all on the volcano. Active volcanoes in the Canary Islands, an overview. We can possibly look at that now in a moment. Wait for the car to go by. Quick blink. Should be good. Oh, I thought I went offline, but apparently this one here did. What stopped it? Looks like we're back. I'm gonna turn down that whatever that is. We know. Let me turn that. Keep that a little bit. Okay. Yeah, we got something going down on that bottom one, but stand by. The rest are working. It's not my end, so it looks like we're okay. Looks like I think we're okay. I had a little bit of a hiccup there.
You got your kettle boiling?
Okay, just a sec there now. Just wanted to give it a second because I know there was a little bit of weirdness on the internet. I didn't know which side it was. You can see like all the foliage completely skimmed off the trees. Even though they didn't burn, it's just they're gone. Oh, are you gonna actually make me read this? One sec. I was about to get coffee, so I tell you what, I'm going to play this for a moment. Yeah, like, of course this would all happen at this point, right? As soon as I thought everything was fine, I'd just go get a coffee. Just a sec. Okay. Leave it as that. I had a little bit of technical issues, I think, but right now this is some questions and answers from a geologist. It's been pretty status quo here, and we've realized that we were listening to a car thinking it was gases, most likely. I think by now we're starting to think that, because I mean, like, why wouldn't the sound show up here unless they had some sort of special device? And I don't think they have that. Gives you no answers to that, by the way. How long can an eruption like this last? Volcano is trying to determine the basis of, sulfur dioxide, an estimate of the volume at stake. from there we'll be able to say something. At the moment, we are in the 4th day. Okay, so 4th day there. I think they're now calling on it to be like 24 to 80 something days, I think. No eruption of La Palma, less than 24 hours. It's really, you're not learning all that much from these people, I guess. They did mention it was, on Sunday night, it was a real lava fountain rather than the Strombolian eruption. But what we're seeing right now, I think, is Strombolian. Right now. Well, like, remember yesterday? And remember about a couple hours ago? Oh yeah. And they're saying they're expecting it to reach the sea. What would happen? A large column of water vapor is produced and advances practically the same as on land. That is to say, a cold part breaks up and is detached by the thrust of the hot part and fills the bottom, creating a platform. But there's zero talk about gases, huh? Unless maybe it's down further. Hold on. The only time they mention like sulfur dioxide, things like that, is here, about when they're determining the volume that's below, and I'm pretty sure the volume we know now is like 25 million cubic meters, so it's not a small chamber, and it's highly pressured. Unfortunately, no people have been killed, so I mean, this is all grade 1 information. This is the experts. Trust the experts. What do you think of the criticisms about the location of the house in the Canary Islands? The islands are totally volcanic, and this part is of recent volcanism. So this is their new active stuff like that. In my opinion, what happens is that here, unfortunately, the eruption period is every 40 years, and that is a long time. If it were shorter, the memory would be more immediate, and the risk areas would be avoided. But that happens here around Vesuvius and anywhere with volcanoes that have a slow eruption rate. So, what do you think about the people living here? Don't talk about don't talk about any gases if you're actually saying it's going to hit the place. And they do mention it here. Spanish volcanologist explains what will happen when the lava reaches the sea. Now, was it one of those famous mistranslations that we saw yesterday? Or is that them just like trying to casually slip it in and say, oh yeah, it's always happening. We're always at war with Eurasia, guys. No. Listen, lava can hit the water without there being significant explosions. It's okay. This is normal. That's normal. Okay? What I wish they were talking about a little bit more are the gases, if that does in fact take place. What happened there? That was crazy. If it hits the water, you do have deadly gases. So I wish they did mention that a little bit more, but I'm pretty sure that the people of La Palma have been explained of this. Right here. You guys see the bottom left, right? Here. Well, like, it is never... The possibility of a tsunami has never been off the table. It's just that its likelihood is not very high that it would be the big one, the big landslide. This has happened before, and I'm sure that fault has been there long before we found out about it. Likely, anyways. I mean, yes, it is for sure, because systems like those magma ponds, that's a sound from the volcano. Like those magma ponds, they don't just form overnight. Okay, that's a network that's been established over maybe, who knows, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. It is indeed millions of years because of that big volcano to the north. It's the same hotspot. It was just way more violent. Yeah, so that's where I'm a little bit more like, why is this not being talked about? And you're just, I mean, this article, that Q&A that we're looking at there, it's very primitive. It's like science or Spanish volcanologist. It's like, well, thanks, man. I'm pretty sure we all know all of this. But this catastrophic zone to declare it. So this was written, well, updated 26th of September. Is that Eastern Standard? What is EDT? Because I thought it was Eastern. I thought Canary Islands are on like Greenwich. Sure, but the first thing that I will say is that, well, unless we're seeing a new plate break off of the North African, if that's what's going on here, which won't happen in our day, that takes a long time. Or at least I don't think we'll see that. Just a sec. Let me... magma convection tectonic plates. We'll get a new graph for the people who've been seeing all my same crap. Ooh, this is a nice one. Brooklyn College. I think Epstein went to Brooklyn College. Might be wrong on that. Cool. So, just to let you know, this is not the case for Canary Islands. Okay, it's not the fault line that people talk about. Well, there is a faltering of the crust that's underneath. So but it's not a fault line like you hear about with San Francisco and stuff. Okay. This is how. What you see below is the theory of how the plates move. Okay, and this is just that it's not. Don't worry about fault lines and subduction zones and stuff like that yet. This is the theory behind why they move in the first place. Okay, cold rock sinks going down. As it gets lower, it gets closer to the inner mantle, which is hotter. It gets heated up by that, and because of that, it will then rise because it's hotter rock. Heat rises, right? And it will reach there up to the top because it's so close to the crust then, which is closer to our temperature. It will cool it, yada yada. Now I know this is pretty basic stuff, but this is really what's important to remember. And often, just like gears on a wheel, or gears on a wheel, yeah, sure, gears on your bike. When you have two of them together, they're almost like going backwards to each other. Now, bike was a bad example, but you know, cog wheels, right? One drives the other in the opposite direction. So this plays off each other, but it's not perfect, right? Like after a while, it's going to meet imperfections because as that simulation of spinning runs, it's going to develop abnormalities or break on one side and has to fix itself. It's not perfect. Like these spinning convection cells are not perfect. They can't stay in the same place. It's too violent of an atmosphere to do so. Okay, and this is the theory. These tenets are the reason why we believe plates move. Okay, and why they could seem like they're working against each other, stuff like that. Okay, why they break apart, right? Okay, so now that we have that in mind, there are... See, again, this is actually like a side story. This has nothing to do with this type of volcano. This type of volcano is a lot more like Hawaii, where it's in the middle of a plate and there's a lot of pressure under the plate and it can't get out, so it has to find ways to get out. This Hawaii, Canary Islands, is like the example of how that plays out. But with plate tectonics map, bearing this in mind, this one gives directions. Okay. Open image, a new tab. You still see me, right? Okay. So if you look real close, and we will, just picture the magma flows causing the Pacific, like at this point in time in the world, and these have changed over time, the directions at which they go once they collide with each other and stuff like that. But the theory is that we're working in a bunch of plates. Okay? Now, it's been too long for me to remember which one's which here with the red line and blue line. I believe that this is representing a subduction zone where one plate is going underneath the other. One side is going, and well, actually, we can kind of figure this out here now, right? That's going this way, right? You have this one going this way, so they're going to overlap a little bit, and it's on such an angle, I don't think that's a fault line. I think that's an actual subduction zone where one plate goes underneath the other, and as it does that, it melts the magma, and the magma has to go somewhere, right? It eventually finds its way up into a volcano, usually around these places, because things have become weakened in this area. Okay. Now, a fault, what's a good example of a fault line? A really good example, I would say it's this, right? Now look, you have the North American plate here on one side. Okay, everything here, it's North American, and you have the Pacific plate. Now they're going really close. In this part of the meeting, it's going very close to each other, right? It's almost the same direction, but it's just enough so that it won't subduct, but it sticks. It sticks. The Gorda, California, Nevada area, they're going on almost the perfect line together, and they stick together. As the two plates rub against each other, it will, at some point, hold and stay the same way, right, as they were moving. But as this magma keeps churning and the plates keep wanting to move, my cat just fucking jumped out the window. I gotta go get my cat. Be right back. Excuse my language, but my cat just jumped about 10 feet out a window. He's okay, but he's just, this is why my cat. I've returned. Made me chase him down the yard first, but he knew I was going to get him. He just had to make me run. Sorry about that. Anyways, we're at the point where the two plates are sliding very close to each other, almost the same direction. So they're not going to go underneath each other. They're going to slide, and just like two pieces of sandpaper onto each other, or against each other, it's going to hold, right? But more and more tension will keep building, and once it's enough to slide side by side, that's where you get your massive California earthquakes. massive. Like those, that's because it, like, you want it to release in small doses. It's just so it gets rid of some of that pressure. Because if it keeps building and building and building, eventually it will move, and it will be the worse. The longer it goes, the worse it gets. So that's a fault line. And that's one of 3 ways that a plate boundary can form. How they interact with each other at their boundaries. The ones that create, like, these don't really create volcanoes. You'll notice it on the Ring of Fire. It's in this place where the volcanoes stop on each side. Once you start getting a more aggressive front against each other, like you see here, that's when you get volcanoes, right? You won't get volcanoes on fault lines, like right here. You do get them right here. You do get them up here. That's what the Aleutian Islands are, right? You do get them right here because you have this going straight in while that's going that way. It's in more than enough in an angle for one to go into the other. You get a better look at what a subduction zone is. My internet cutting again. This is where you get most of the. This is how most volcanoes form, right? Hawaii and Canary are kind of. They're kind of rare. They weren't rare in the beginning of the Earth, but they are now. It's like a remnant of the formation stage of the planet, or at least the planet theoretically like ours. All right, and this is the example of, you're looking at the top here, and it's usually a land plate, okay, that's on top. There's land plates and sea plates, and usually a sea plate goes under a land plate. I can't think of any, the very, the crazy exceptions and stuff. I'm not that deep anymore to tell you, but usually you have one plate. Once they meet each other, and as long as they're not in a fault line, they're going to be doing this. One goes under the other, and as like you're looking at the volcano's one plate, and then the one that's going underneath right now is the plate that's in the sea, wherever this is talking about, right? And as it goes on, this locked interface can also trigger tsunamis, right? You can think about how as it's sliding below the upper plate, it will also focus on its own tension, right? It will also have its own tension. It's not quite as crazy as some of those fault lines that we were talking about, but often you can get some real big ones, and those are the ones that create tsunamis, like in Japan, right? That'll slide, and then that, where it says the eye on tsunami, right? That's where the, I guess, almost like a payload for a catapult would be like, okay? And it pushes up on the water, and then that spreads. And that's how the tsunamis start there. But it also creates, as it slides under, it will melt, like it shows in the intraplate. And as it melts, it has to go somewhere. Usually it's up, and that's why you find volcanoes very close to where two plates are meeting and one is sliding underneath the other. This is not how the Canary Islands volcanoes form, or primarily not anyways. Maybe there is some action pushing it from like way north, but not really. It's more the fact that there's a bunch of magma under Hawaii and under Canary Islands that needs to get up, and it can't find anywhere until it finds a really weak point in the middle. Now, then you wonder, as we go back to the plate tectonics map, I always like looking at this place here, the Cocos Plate, Galapagos, like we had volcanic activity in this area, and I'm wondering if this was like a lot like Canary in this area where that got weak, and then you see how often when plates split and things split, they split in three, not in two. It's like a tri area. It's probably the same reason why honeycombs and like six-sided things are so commonly found in nature as a strong what do you call it? like such a strong shape. It's probably it's not in like a division of 2. It's in a division of 3. It's probably the same kind of thing going on here. I don't exactly remember the perfect reason why they split like that, but it tends to be in like 3 rather than 2. So you wonder, Easter Island, right? Volcanic, it was at one point. Juan Fernandez, right? Are these the points that start crack-ups of new plates? And when you look over here, it's not so hard to believe that it could do that here, hey? This is where the Canary Islands are, right off of Africa. Could it create its own Cocos plate? Is that what's going on at the moment? Is that why we're seeing maybe a little bit more earthquake activity up by Spain and Portugal? Maybe. I would like to have more information on that. It is, I guess, theoretically possible. Maybe. That'd be my guess from this noob. It looks a lot like this, you know, right from the same area. Could be the case. Okay, I hope that explains it. Or was I just rambling? Because my cat jumped out of a window. I lost my train of thought. Let me know, be kind, and I'll, if there's something that I may have explained not very well, let me know. I forgot to tell you about the third type of plate interaction. So when they're both moving away from each other, you get a rift in the bottom. And it can get very, very deep. Rifts and trenches. And let's take a look at what's in the Atlantic Ocean, because the Atlantic Ocean is splitting apart. It's worth it if the internet cuts out for a second. So this is the mid-oceanic rift in the Atlantic, or mid-Atlantic rift, I think they call it. And yeah, so you'll notice that it goes up and down. There will be times where it's just ripped completely open and lava or magma will come out of it and add to the rip's height. So this is what, let's pretend that there was no ocean. This would be the land map. And that's that's still happening. It takes a very long time to do. And the Pacific plates, you notice how we were talking about the compression and subduction, where like one plate eats another. You notice that's happening over at the Pacific side, not the Atlantic for the most part, because the Atlantic is opening, whereas the Pacific is closing. But it's all trying to close on a massive plate that is the Pacific. And that in its own was created by the same way. Right? But it's been so long now that it's much more eroded that you see than what you see in the Atlantic. But now it's trying to close back in, and all those other plates don't know what to do. And that's what creates the ring of fire. That is why the ring of fire is the ring of fire. The ring of other plates trying to eat up the Pacific. I know it doesn't really have a good resolution to it. I'm pretty sure La Palma is the big one there. Like, when they say Gran Canaria, I think it's just the fact that it's really long. But it looks like the extension from La Palma specifically is crazy tall. It's quite irregular as well. Right back. Oh, be kind. Have a good one. I didn't see that there. New trail. Yeah, this has been kind of expanding over the past couple hours. Slowly but surely. And they are talking about the lava flow now. Making it to the river, possibly making it to the river soon. Turn this up, buddy. Oh yeah, it really is starting to gush, isn't it? Let's get a close-up on this just for the moment. Yes, Kitty, I know, isn't it huge? Oh, and that's... Okay, it looks like, yeah, you're right. It looks like it's opening up. Like it's been going for a while, but this is now. See how that yellow down below kind of has... doesn't go quite as far, but you can see the... this is a much more viscous lava. Yeah, you can see the flow. We'll go back to the multicam, but... let's just take a look at that for 1 second. See how fast this is going here now? It's got a lot of give behind it, and it doesn't seem like it's stopping. And bear in mind, this vent was covered up again earlier. Yeah, I wish we had more feed of lava flow. This cat literally waits until I start talking and then meows. I really did wish we had more. Maybe I'll do a quick scan. If you guys can find anything, let me know. As of 25 minutes ago, I am seeing that the lava channel is about 2 kilometers away from the coast. And the eruption type is technically being considered a hybrid Strombolian Hawaiian. So Hawaiian is like the stage before Strombolian. So it's like they don't really know what to slap on this. Because at first they thought it was just, you know, like a regular lava fountain. And it was. And then it was, you know, a little bit pressured for a lava fountain, but a lava fountain it was. And then when that shock wave came in, and I think there were some earthquakes a couple days before that, or a day before that, that's when you couldn't really deny it anymore. This is next stage stuff. They're calling it a hybrid, but I mean, we've seen a lot of just insane ejections. No, it's a lava. It's lava. This is what the lava's doing. I'll give you if you're just tuning in. I got a video just for you. Then, hold on. You'll be able to keep an eye out for the volcano as this goes by. I'll play it a couple times. But see there, that's where the volcano is. See, the river is meandering to the left and then swings back to the camera. It's a little higher just for one moment, guys. Sorry to those who are watching the thing. I just want to show you how crazy it is. Now, this is, I guess 2 mornings ago now, if we're going into the next morning. So this is where it extended before. The lava was very viscous. Now, I noticed that there was a lot more violence in the eruption. So one thing with that is that the lava flow, it has a lot of gas stuck in it if it's violent. So it wasn't going as fast yesterday, but now we're looking at this guy here, this vent, which you just mentioned, which you're absolutely right. And you can see here now, closer up, that it's huge, and this is now eating up things a lot faster. It was eating up the mountain a couple days ago. It kind of has chilled a little bit, but it's been on and off, and now you see it's back to really destructive, really porous lava. Look how fast that's flowing. Again, bear in mind, these embers coming out of these pyroclastic ejections is what they're called. You notice that they're very close to the same size, and that's about the size of a car. So this is a little bit in the forefront of that, but you can still use that as a somewhat of a reference as to how big this is. It's where they zoom in, it's hard to get a good idea of its size, right? But this right now is flowing a lot closer to the rate of water than it was for the past 36 hours or so. And it's certainly a ton of lava, just like it was the first time it started going. There's apparently 5 of these vents active, and I'm looking at the caldera, and it looks like there's like a couple of them pretty close in with them too. So like the main caldera might actually be 2 or 3 different vents. The thing is so blown open now, you just don't even know where the vents start and end. we've been the lava extension is 2.38 kilometers squared. It's been hovering at that level for like all night, basically, so far. We'll see what happens now that this has basically blown open. Will it remain gushing like it was just then? It seems like it might be calming a little bit, like as per flow. As you can see, this stuff is starting to re-emerge now, but it's not like a constant stream of viscous lava like it was. It's still there, but not in the same amount as we were looking at. All that lava's adding extra weight to the piece of ground that's supposedly sliding off. Yep. Now you're probably getting a lot of deflation as well. As the pressure is released, the ground which was rising before will drop. There's that to bear in mind. As that shifts again, you can get an increased amount of landslide. But I think we're not talking about, listen, we're not talking about the big one, right? So just bear that in mind. And there's extra weight, and on top of that, well, not on top of that, but under that, they have likely the rock structure, the building is just much hotter, which means it's much more compromised than it used to be. It can't hold as much weight as it used to. So there's a whole bunch of different factors coming in there. To what degree of each is the question, I guess. That's where technology comes in pretty well. I wish they'd give us a little more data. And the inflation numbers specifically, meaning the ground rising and sinking, inflation and deflation in that sense, they've been pretty mum on those numbers, which is, you know, oh, do we have the return of the doogies? Please no. So there's a rooster and a dog, and dogs that keep barking at this. Yeah, that's why we were looking at the bear guy, because he was mentioning today, he's like, he made it a strict statement that he's not sharing, or he doesn't want people re-uploading his stuff. It's like the information needs to be controlled. Gives off those vibes, that's for sure. I mean, why? Why not just show the deflation? If the earthquakes are stopping, and you're saying that the tremors and whatnot are stopping, well, this should reflect that. Well, there's been thousands of earthquakes, though. But, I mean, like, not a big one, though. They've all been, like, 4 and under. You don't want 4 and above, that's for sure. But apparently, there's been very little earthquake activity for the past couple days now. Like yesterday was the last time I saw a new one on the island. I could be wrong though. But it's like compared to the thousands in the first couple days. Earthquakes are basically a sign that some magma chambers being loaded down below, and pressure's built and it's stuck. That's what I think a lot of those earthquakes are. Well, I've been thinking of like different theoreticals. Well, let's say that, you know, because there's so many videos out there right now that you know, from years ago that talk about the super volcano. They weren't intending to scare anybody. They just wanted views, right? So there's lots of information out there talking about the front of that, or the north part of that island to fall off into the ocean. There's lots of videos on that. So now we got people that are like, uh-oh, you know, if they go and look it up, they'll see that and they'll start freaking out. I get a lot of people in here that are worried when they come in, you know. So let's bear that in mind. We have a global economy right now. It's in shambles. And I tend to believe the experts. I don't normally do, but I tend to believe them when they think, oh yeah, Chad TV Canarius. We'll get a full in on that. Chad TV Canarius. So as you can see here, we're not dealing with nearly as porous lava as it was before. Before it was white hot and streaming. Bearing in mind that we're on a steep incline, even right here, and it's not going that fast. It was earlier, but it has slowed pretty quickly. Now we're back to explosion. This cat, man. This cat. But, here we go. I spoke too soon. We got a nice flow coming now, as you can see, going down here. Much faster. Much faster. Maybe we'll see that go through now in a second. Chad TV Canarius. What was I talking about before? More flow, that's more viscous. We want more viscous. My cat got the taste of outdoors and now he just won't leave it alone. Okay. So when you're seeing more flow, it means that there's less gas in it, meaning it's less violent. So it's a good sign to see fast flow. I gotta go get rid of this little dude. Yep, here it comes into view. See how much faster it is? Ah, what a great... Chad Canarius, man. Chad TV Canarius. Oh, look, it's like a snowball. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. So cool. He approves. Composition, how did it come out, is a really big one. How did it come out? Under what factors? And this, it's a really good question. Really good question. It is definitely, composition is a big one, but see, composition is basically the same in the same volcano, more or less, right? It's under which conditions that it was coming out. So was it able to remain heated? Did it come out very fast? Did it come out very violently? If it comes out violently, by the time it comes out, it's usually loaded with a lot of gas, which means that it will go slower. If there's not much gas in it, it tends to be more viscous. But this is just one factor. And I hope I'm right. Again, I'm rusty, guys. I am very rusty. But the viscosity is based... Composition, of course, you know, is... But when you're looking at the same volcano, looking at different viscosities is telling you that it's coming out under different situations. And if I'm not wrong, you're much better having nice, fast flowing stuff because it means that there's less violent stuff going on underground. You're looking at lava fountains and stuff like that rather than huge explosions from underground and it's hiccuping up the remains of it, you know. So we want to see this in many ways. Now, listen, the banana farmers do not want to see this. This will destroy the industry. Okay, but if, like, the faster that flows, the more it runs over, and you don't want that, right? Okay, so bear this in mind. We're not cheering for these poor people to lose their jobs and stuff like that. But when you're talking about, like, destructive forces and stuff like that, when you see a nice, good flow like that, like what's going on inside the volcano, it could be a lot more violent. Let's put it that way. It was a dope question. It really was. Great question, man. That would have made my geology teacher proud. I feel like I only went to school for 1 year just to bug my geology teacher with questions. Yeah, like you might get pockets or something. I don't know, like, but like for the most part, when you're dealing with, you know, the volcano has created itself with the same material for the most part. And most of the time, like, volcanoes based on like it's like sulfates and stuff like that, sulfates and silicates. Yeah, again, a little bit past my pay grade. That's a lot of stuff to remember. This is a lot of lava, though. This might be more than before, depending. I want to say temperature or temperature change plays a big factor in it. Whether it's I want to say that the ability to flow relies a lot on temperature too, because with less temperature there's less friction between molecules, I believe. Could be wrong on that. molecular, like the atoms, the faster or the hotter something is, the faster the electrons go around the atom of a certain molecule. I think that plays a factor. I think it's a big factor, actually. But not the only one. Like, if it's pressurized with gases and stuff, it will be more violent and it can't flow as well. I think that the main vent has more pressure behind it. Right? Why is there, I don't know why there's more lava flowing out of it, out of the main vent though, or out of the side flank vent that we're seeing in the forefront. But when you look at like the flow where that, we'll just go in here real quick, like this is not, like, see that splash that we just had there? It's powerful, of course, and it's spewing out a lot of lava, but it's nowhere near as powerful as what you're seeing up here. This is just rock and just huge stones the size of cars being completely launched into the air. There's much more volume to this. As to why you would see more down here, I guess, well, lava is heavier than gas. A lot of this is gas being shot up with pressure. That could be part of it. I don't know. Different vents experiencing different. Oh, kitten, you're killing me here, bro. Look how fast this is flowing now. Oh, it's hard to tell which one I can go to. Look at this go. It's gonna go, boys and ladies, of course. Go, 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 go. Yes, do it. So satisfying. Go back on that and play it in like 3 times. Just watch this probably parking lot size rock just slip its way down. I want to close up on that. Look how fast this is going here now. So you're not seeing so much smoke and stuff come out of it? It's flowing nice and smooth. Again, not as much as it was a couple days ago. Kitten's gonna, like, this is like brain cancer, like, recipe right here. Just have a cat meow in your ear for like 3 years straight. Every 5 seconds that you'd like to speak or type or anything. Looking a little bit closer in here, you can see it's now trying to push through that slower flow, and it's having no problems cut through it. Hey, see it? And she's gone. On to the next blockage. And I think that was really the only reason why that wasn't always going. The reason why it was stopped a bunch of times, because you had that barrier where things were falling into it and it couldn't keep up. It couldn't breathe through it all. But it kept coming back. It was never gone. It was just always being covered. But now it can just flow out as it wishes. Nothing gonna get in the way now, I don't think, unless you have a big collapse on top of it. And there's just a lot of smoke here now, so it looks like that main vent isn't doing much. But you can see it's It is reaching up to the top of the screen there. Is that what's creating all this smoke? The side of the mountain just went? Because we can't see anything. Oh, this is just him getting started. This is punishment. He just jumped outside the window because I had it open for 2 seconds to kind of cool this place down. So I look away for 2 seconds and he jumps out, and now that he realizes now that he got that taste of freedom, he's in full protest mode. Yeah, James, I'm going to throw you a wrench. If you can give us the URL. If you already posted it, it won't show because you didn't have a wrench. It will now. I'm not sure. To be honest with you. I don't think it's gone yet. I think you can see the mountain here in front, or just behind the side flank flow that we're watching. Then you have the caldera. You can see that behind. You can see that there's something covering that indeed. So that's the side closest to us is still up. And very faintly, you can see that. See where the pyroclast is landing there? That's a mountainside on the other side. So I'm still seeing both sides that were intact up. And as you can see here, there's nothing in the way now. What's this about Chris Cuomo, Fredo getting Me Too'd? I don't really care about this type of politics so much, but when I hear about Fordham graduates getting their comeuppance, that's always fun to look at. Pele, like the footballer. American politics is messed up big time. Yeah, all politics are really. It's not just America at all. We got a bunch of idiots running the world at the moment. Bunch of nepotic despots. Oh, I always go down that rabbit hole, man. Welcome to the channel. Hey, did you know that the Pope is a pedo? Because he is. Yeah, I'm not saying anything too controversial. It is good to see even Catholics, you know, start to call him out, and not just like, you know, the conservative sides. Like, they've been kind of shamed into saying nothing about this guy, and you can start seeing there's a big pushback against these papal Wiccans that we got right now. Now guys, if you can find any video of the lava extending, because remember my Ethernet went down, I'm running on a Wi-Fi, so I don't want to overstress my system here, or my bandwidth. If you can find videos of lava flow past here, I'd really appreciate it. I know that Chad TV Canarius will probably do a rundown, but I find it really weird how there's no cameras on that from what I saw. That you mentioned that. No, I wasn't taken down by that. I wasn't taken down by that. It was, I don't know what's going on here. Seems like my internet is going haywire for some reason. I don't think it was from that though. It was my OBS that went down. Something's messing with my OBS. Yeah, no, it wasn't. I was thinking like maybe it was, but I played the live version, that's why it doesn't disallow it. It's the government, man. Government's coming after me, bruh. Okay, so quick break time for me, which is usually favorite part of the night for most people watching. Please remember, just be respectful in chat. Say whatever you like. You're more than welcome to have any opinion you like. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure, like when I talk about it's not that I'm getting bumped off. It's like if I mention that stuff, it'll pick up on it, and it's like it puts me down in the search results. That's more or less how that works. Yep, please do, and when I come back, we'll go through it. Hey, I'm back. Just on a quick break. Hey Chris, good to see you. Ozzy. James still kicking, Oracle still kicking. Oh, right, you had something to give. Just give me one moment. Just a sec, I'll put it up there. Just trying to be a little careful on my bandwidth so it doesn't disrupt anything. That could be running on one leg. So the bottom left is now, this will be a sped up version once I get it up. Just a little bit. This is from Oracle actually, so thank you very much Oracle. This is from what I see, a fast forwarded version of what just happened. I'll turn it down because I heard that there might be an audio issue, but the video's cool. That could be part of it, I don't know. Here I'm talking. That could be part of it, I don't know. Unreal stuff. I also realized that my mouse is getting in the way. I'm sorry about that, guys. Whoa. That could be part of it. Okay. You don't need to listen to my voice over and over, but thank you very much for doing that. That was sped up of that collapse of the barrier. And as you can see, it's already cut through more. It's got a new chunk to work on. Do a zoom in on that, see how that is. That is going to. Won't take long. Whoa. And then it slowly and surely becomes the lava. I'll go back to the multi-screen in a moment, but that is... Ooh, so cool. So cool. Geologists around the world ultra satisfied with that. So satisfying to watch that. There's nothing holding up to this anymore. It's just flowing. That wasn't my cough. That was on one of these cams. The Chad TV Canarius cough. He can cough all he wants. Look at this footage. Yeah, very, very cool. Thank you very much, Oracle. I tried to download it, but it said it was on a private thing, like it wouldn't let me do it. That was weird, because everything else I could download, maybe it was just like your settings. Yeah, that chunk is gonzo, isn't it? You just see now how fast this can cut through stuff. Oh, and you can see some landslide go into it there. Now that might have, before that might have just made that stop flowing for a little bit, but or at least affected the flow, but that was nothing. It took that like it's no tomorrow. But as you can see, behind the smoke, there is still a lot of power in that main caldera. See, you can see it push through. Got a fast flow, it usually means that it's a nice flow. There's not as much pressure behind it, kind of messing with it. It's not infused with gas, so it's not it hasn't violently been going through the vents, so it's a good sign, except for the banana farmers. And also, if the flow hits the water, the worry is the gases. That's not good either. But in the grand scheme of things, when you're talking about pressure in the magma chamber or whatever, and in the cone, it's a good thing that it's able to breathe like this. Natural. This is the fountain you want to see. You don't want to have those earthquakes. And like, if you're seeing that it's flowing, it's pushing this up. Right now, there's a lot less of the pyroclastic ejections, which are like the pieces that come out of the main vent. It's much less, I'm pretty sure. They're saying, did I hear that there was one eruption here today? It really can be, especially if it's a small one. I think it said a 2.3 or something. It could just be a magma chamber. It's not the end of the world. But there were ones that were close to 4, and those are the ones that you're worried about. This is looking pretty nice and calm here today. Do I personally think there will be a tsunami? Like the tsunami that hits us? From what I'm seeing here, no. And I mean, things can change, right? But there's nothing here telling me that you're going to have earthquakes show up that can shake the top of that, or the north part of that island off. No, I don't think. You might get that smaller landslide because this cone is getting wrecked, so you might get a landslide of the cone, but it's got kilometers to travel before it hits the water on this part. So I don't think so. Yeah, I think even then, like, the tsunami that would happen from even this collapsing, it's not going to be intense. It would have to take like a huge earthquake coming out of nowhere and massive changes in events, even worse than what we've been seeing. Because what a couple days looks like now that we see less earthquakes and stuff like that, it seems like this was a pressure that has been released, and things are looking pretty clean from here. What you don't want to see is, that 4 or that almost a 4 magnitude earthquake sustain, like see that over and over for it to increase on the Richter scale. you don't want to see that. We're not seeing that. At least not yet. We're seeing the opposite. It's calming down. There's no sign that like pressure's being trapped because this is breathing well. Richard B, welcome. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know why. I haven't been contacted by YouTube to say cut down on misinformation. If they sent me an email on it, I didn't get it. But for some reason, a whole bunch of channels, they want to make sure that information is tightly controlled. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why they're doing it. Well, like, I can think of reasons why. I'm just wondering why they're also almost like in lockstep in making sure that any talk is shut down about a tsunami or whatever. There's no reason for it. I miss James. Silly o'clock here. Need to go to bed. Yeah, no problem. Take care, man. Sorry I missed you earlier. So yeah, for those just coming in, welcome, and you are more than welcome to say whatever you want in chat, as long as it's, you know, respectful, right? That's all. It's the only rule. Why do you guys think it is that they're trying to shut down everybody else talking about the possibilities here? I'd like to know your thoughts on that. This is kind of cool. You can see how it flows faster in the center than it does on the sides. Same thing with most liquids, actually, hitting off like floodplains and stuff like that. Same thing with water, but it's really easy to see here, to the point where you can see like almost like a vein of fast lava going through the river, and it will actually pile like much higher than water will in the center before it wants to go on the sides, because the sides are just not going fast enough for it. So you get this second vein of lava gushing through, and it rises well above the sides. Very cool. What a picture. Chad TV Canarius. Yeah, they don't want people to scare people. I get that. But the best way to stop that from happening is explain why, certain things are incorrect. why certain things might be jumping the shark. That conversation is, you know, it's needed. It's, there is a growing trend, I guess, where people think that they need to get ahead of people's thoughts. And they may not even be right either. All the smoke in front of the main cone. I think there's like smoke everywhere in the back of it, and including in the front of it. And it's because this is so bright. It's lighting up what's close to it, and its own exhaust as well, of course, as you can see. But it looks like it's extremely smoky here. I find it interesting how now they've taken off the AQI on this. So on this stream, on the right, there's some info down at the bottom, like temperature. It's showing cloudy now, actually, or overcast. Wind, yada yada. And before it was showing the AQI, which is the air quality index, and it was hovering around 50, which means the end of good, just getting into it, starting to get bad. And I saw it push a little bit past, and that was a few hours ago. If you were to scan back a few hours, you'll see it there at some point anyways. But they took that away now. It's gone now. I think do they replace it with visibility? I don't know. Maybe the road's destroyed. Depends on how you look at it, Angry Chihuahua. So lava is magma that has ejected. So once it comes, lava and magma are the same. Lava is when it comes out of the volcano or through the vents somewhere. Once it goes onto the Earth's surface, that's when it becomes lava. This is why geology, all these terms, they get really confusing, and you can mix them up pretty easy. So I don't know what's in the cone and what's in the vents, but what they're saying is that there's 25 million cubic meters of magma in the chamber looking to come out. That's what I've seen. I don't know how much they can tell. I guess you can tell. Yeah, probably with like underground reflection systems and stuff like that. I can see maybe, and you can judge by other things like I think like the amount of smoke and stuff like that. You can tell earthquakes, relative size, comparisons to other ones. Panic leads to suicides and people mass buying. Yeah, and like, you know, economy disruption, supply chain disruption. So yeah, that's important. It's important, but at the same time, the fact is, so that's not even my internet this time, guys. This is my OBS shutting down and shutting on. I don't know why OBS plans on doing this to me, but that's okay. Yeah, they say it happens around every 50 years. Once again, we are back. Welcome back. Sorry about that. It's OBS shutting off. I had the feed through the whole time. It's really weird. Remember we were talking about that priest or whatever that drew all the like Illuminati stuff? Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I'm very sorry about that, guys. I'm wondering if I should actually restart my systems. Because I think it's just that I need to maybe rebridge my Ethernet connection and this will stop happening. That might be better. Before I do anything, though, I do want to show you this one thing. That same guy who drew like the Illuminati stuff, he got people to lower him down into Mount Vesuvius, and he drew what he saw. This is what he drew. That's Athanasius Kircher that do that. And you can see pyrophylactiorum. I like phylactery would be like, you know, a encasement, I guess, or like encasement, like a not a dwelling, but maybe, yeah, I guess you could, like, you know, a placement. And pyro fire. So yeah, he got lifted down into Mount Vesuvius. My show blows. I know, right? It was awesome. I think, guys, what I'll do, I'm very sorry. What I'll do, I have to restart the system. I think I've just been streaming too much and I didn't do a restart yet. It's probably that. So yeah, I think what I'll do, just subscribe and notify or whatever. I don't normally show myself. This is just so that you know that when it comes back on, it'll just be a couple minutes. I'll have it there, a better connection, and we'll get the multi-feed back going again, okay? Let me get you going in the meantime. I do apologize for this. It's just that I don't want it for it to keep happening over and over, right? If I can fix it and get it one and done. All right, so that being said, just subscribe so that you'll be able to get the notification when I come back on. It'll just be a couple minutes, and we'll talk to you then. Thank you very much for understanding.